last time, everyone, to fade in. Let me cut this down a little bit. It's a little louder than me. Okay. Then I will send out my links and my twats. And then I will drag it into YouTube chat. How is everyone tonight? Hope everyone's well. Shrimp beats are nice. They're nice and lovely. The debate will be starting in 15 minutes. So, yeah. Viewers in Discord for the call, you should turn on crisp. It helps with the audio quality. My crisp is on. So my Discord needs to update. I'm glad I checked that before. So the debate will be starting at 9:15. So yeah, but how is everyone doing tonight? Hope everyone's doing well. So yeah, this is certainly gonna be a fun one. Good to hear that you're doing good, Octosplats. Also good taste. Callie was the best out of the two. Also, yeah. So we're definitely gonna have a fun one tonight. We're debating Abraham Lincoln. That doesn't even make sense, censored. Yes, that is exactly what I said. Twistman? Yeah. But yeah, no. It is a not known commodity, so I mean, it is what it is. But yeah, so yeah, so hopefully we get to have fun with the 16 concurrents or 7, you know, never really know, cause it's fucking it mixes between the two. So yeah, why do I always like constantly have like one DM in Discord? Like, it's always like a one direct message and it fucking bothers me, dude. Everyone knows Marina from Splatoon 2's where is that? You're basic. You're basic as fuck. Also, this debate will be maybe interestingly, like a little bit, scratching my nose, maybe like a little bit interestingly nuanced, because like I talked to a person before and they seem to definitely have an interesting position on the whole thing. It's not your typical one, but I mean I still think it's wrong, otherwise I wouldn't be having the debate. So Bowser's where it's at. Stop playing. True. Okay, I found out how to dislike the stream. Hey now, buddy. debate starts at 9:15. In a little bit, I might give y'all a chair stream because I have to kind of take a piss. So, but yeah. Wow, 22 people. Hello, everyone. Debate starts at 9:15. So, get ready for that, my kind friends. Found out how to dislike stream. Oh, will this be a video? Because I might not be able. Yes. I will most likely upload it on Wednesday. Just due to the fact that like it seems like the YouTube algorithm really seems to favor whenever I upload something on Wednesday. So like do expect it to be on Wednesday that I get this out with. Because I want like the most amount of people to see it. So yeah, the person you're debating was one of my earliest Twitter mutuals in the politics space. Only discovered their position on this recently, was kind of in a shock, but I'm interested to hear this. Yeah, me too. Yeah, oh yeah, like the stream if you want more people to see it. We have 19 concurrents. That's how you get more people to see it. But yeah, by the way, Pillow, it looks like we're getting jiggy on Tuesdays. You won? Maybe. I'm still trying to eke out whether or not that would even still be viable, because if I'm being honest, I'm gonna be having pre-cal next semester, and I might need all the time that I have for homework. So, maybe not. Okay, got confirmation from the other person that we're still on for this. I asked earlier, but it still got to ask a little bit before. You said Tuesdays, Rui? Yes, I did. But then I remembered, I tried talking to my guidance counselor about dropping pre-calculus, because I technically don't need it to graduate, and, fucker was not budging. So, I'll text a group about it afterwards, but, yeah. Anyways, I hope everyone is doing fine. 15 concurrents. The debate will start at 9:15. I should put that on screen. I can. I'm gonna put that on screen. Boom. Bop. And ooh, oh no. Okay, lock you, and then I can. Oh god. Oh no. Okay, for some reason I need to get a new wired mouse because this thing has not been wanting to work with me for like a minute now. Okay. Pre-cal for college or high school? High school. Took pre-cal this semester, love cheating, would recommend. Yeah. Who's your guidance counselor then? I'll dox them? If I dox my guidance counselor, I would be doxing myself, so no. You know, that's kind of like a yeah, it's like a one person per school thing. Unless you live in like a really scuffed district, then you have like one guidance counselor bouncing between like multiple schools. We have like a handful at my school, so I don't know what pre-cal because I'm not American. It's just pre-calculus. You'll threaten them over the internet. Okay. And then that would come back to me. Let's not do that. Okay. And now my concurrents are not matching. The issue with the stream screen is that it will like show me two different levels of concurrence. On one it's saying I have 14, on the other it's saying I have 17, and I don't know how many it is. And then earlier it was saying like 24, but clearly that wasn't right, because you know, something, it's weird. It's weird, but yeah. So, we'll just have to see. But, yeah, so, both 14 and 17 are wrong, then what is it? Is it in the middle? Because now it's saying 18 to 19. Also, another thing, my fucking most recent video that I put out underperformed like a motherfucker. 14 is right, you are silly. Okay. Do you have specific predetermined points you'll be debating over, or are you just gonna adapt as... I'm gonna say adapt as the convo progresses. This person's main position is that, like, they are primarily opposed to people who use it in, like, a weird way, but they think that people who don't use it in a weird way and use it as, like, a coping mechanism is like, fine, and my main argument against that is just gonna be, like, coping mechanism or not, the stuff is harmful. Like, there are good and bad coping mechanisms, and this isn't one that people should employ. Anyways, I'm gonna go take a pisserino right quick. It's like I never left. Yes, I do wash my hands. My bathroom is literally just right across the hall, and I barely pissed. It's just like a little bit left. He's right there. True. Everyone be weirdos? Hey now. CSA, I'm guessing? Yes, that is the person's argument. Is this that Anna person who used a diva profile? Not a diva profile picture as far as I know. Is that diva? I don't think that's diva. But maybe it's similar names, certainly. Sorry about that. I dropped my old tripod for my webcam that I used before I got a monitor that I can just mount my camera on. Holy shit, I was right? Yeah. No way hands were washed, not for 30 seconds. I washed my hands. Fuck you. Yeah. No American public school is paying for a guidance counselor right now. I call hush. Yes, they are. I go to a good one. I go to a strong one. Also, like, it took me like a second to piss. Like, I basically had no piss. It was just like the shit on the fucking end that was just fighting to fucking come out, you know? So, like, I'm good. Also, my dick is clean. Fuck you. Also, I did wash for 30 seconds. Fuck you. Hey, yo. Yeah, indeed. I'm clean. I wash my hands. Tyrone. Hello, Tyrone. My favorite backyard again was always Pablo. So, yeah. The backyard again. Sofia Privalova. You ate the floorboards. Good for you, buddy. Okay. We're about to... start this. So, I'm gonna bring this desktop audio up. And, yeah. Hopefully this goes well. I'm personally a little anxious. Okay, I cut up my TV a bit to put some background noise in. Can y'all hear that? Of these man-made horrors, I am beyond comprehension. Yes. Ready whenever you are. Wait. Okay. Hey, howdy, hello everyone. Before we get into this, make sure to drop a like and subscribe if you like this. And hit that bell icon. Also follow me on Twitter and join my Discord. Links in the description so that you know whenever I go live. I go live on Fridays and Saturdays, or Fridays or Saturdays, depending on how I'm feeling that week. And I upload segments on Wednesday, and Friday. Let's get into this debate. How are you?
Hello.
Okay. How are you?
I'm doing pretty well. Especially given that I'm going on stream discussing a very controversial topic that I'm sure plenty of your audience is not pleased with.
Well, that's the thing about it. I advised you before, of course. I can't speak.
I took your advice. I did not read this. I did not read them. I'm just guessing that they probably aren't very.
Yeah, don't read chat and you'll be chill. But firstly, introduce yourself, the online screen name you use, pronouns, etc., please.
Okay, I am Anigal. My pronouns are she, her, and I will say that my position on this whole issue, it's probably a lot more complicated than a lot of you are used to. I say this because I'm well aware a lot of LICON is really fucking stupid. I'll tell them that, and to be honest, not really fond of a lot of them. I actually have this fairly lengthy intro written out that meant to sum up my position, because I'm generally prone to tripping over my words a lot while dealing with this sort of stage anxiety. So I figure that might just be better off than me spending like 8 minutes trying to gather my thoughts, so I'll just go ahead and read this. My general position on LICON is that I think people's reasons for it are far more complicated than a lot of people on either side are willing to admit. I don't think that getting turned on by a highly stylized drawing with a number of things that distinct them that can't be replicated in real life would mean that they'd be turned on by the real life equivalent. Like, for example, just think about how often very brutal displays of gore in video games and movies are rarely as traumatizing as seeing an actual murder in real life. And also it confirmed that, and I emphasize, not through any choice of my own, I have been exposed to actual CSEM. Lolly is nowhere near as disgusting as that, and keep in mind, I do think that a lot of lolly art is creepy and gross. And anyway, but at the same time, I'm not gonna say there's literally no connection at all. I'm sure you're aware of a lot of these idiots on Twitter saying how basically posting images of very young anime girls talking about how they want to fuck them, or doing something like having a Twitter poll with the prime age of anime girls and then only listing underage options, and then whenever they get shit for it, they just say, oh, we're just talking about anime. And it's like, when it comes to these people, it's like, oh, I'm not sure what you're expecting. And I can also tell you from experience, these people, they hate me. is people have been harassing me for almost a year now. These same people have accused me of lying about my own childhood sexual assault and have expressed sympathy for my rapist. They often like to cope by saying they always hold real pedos accountable when they actually mean they're just going to bitch about trans drag queens and groomers. And so I guess the basic way I can sum up my position is, when it comes to this, I think it depends on someone's reasons why they enjoy this more so than just the fact that they do. I just think that a lot of people cannot think of another reason aside from pedophilia. And I will also say I have extensively talked with my own therapist about this, and what both my own therapist has said and from those whose writing that I've written is that oftentimes when they have patients who are into lolicon, it's more so that they tend to empathize and see themselves in the
You
victim
probably already know the state
rather
Battlefield
than
2042
the
is in right
predator.
now. I'll be honest.
And that this manifests as some sort of consensual non-consent fantasy where they see themselves as the lolly and not the abuser. And I do think that when you get into when you just blanket assume all these people who are into it are only into it because they want to fuck kids, that there is a danger to that, because oftentimes sexual attraction can be very convoluted and manifest in a lot of abstract ways. And so I think there's a danger to trying to simplify this, especially in a way that is not often consistent with other fetishes. Like, you generally don't see the same type of hostility towards other fetishes that you see towards lolicon. Like, hold on, I got a Discord notification. So anyway, back to that. It's example to this is I'm also into the guru fetish. I will often make some pretty out there jokes about this on main, and people will not. And generally, people just seem to not really have much reaction to them. Meanwhile, I specifically avoid making any of these types of jokes about lolly because I know it makes people uncomfortable for one, but also I know that a lot of people tend to hold this to a different standard, and I suspect that part of this could be that lolicons are specifically insufferable, and that they tend to act like in exactly the ways that people would imagine a pedophile would act. And also, they're often reactionary right-wingers who are completely immune to self-reflection in any sort of sense. If any of these people were pedophiles, they wouldn't even know it because they refuse to engage in the type of self-reflection that's necessary to know that one's a case. And normally, I'd assume people would want them to get help, but they refuse to. A lot of these people, they're not going to bother engaging in any introspection to begin with. And additionally, I can also confirm from my own experiences that these are some of the most infamously butthurt people you will ever come across. My own positions on this are a lot lighter than a lot of people's, and I still get a ton of harassment from these people just because I try to criticize what I think are not good arguments in favor of lolicon. Okay, so just so you know, this wasn't the original script, but I just sort of used that as a base. So, anyway, it does seem like Yes, so the impression that I got of you when I initially started this... Yeah, I will say, it does seem like you've been genuinely nicer to me in private than or when engaging with me directly, then the vast majority of people I talk to about this subject who are not really able to engage in it with any sort of nuance, like I get people who call me a pedophile because of my own consensual non-consent fantasies, because I myself enjoy loli specifically because I see myself in these young characters. And let's see, and if it was from a genuine concern about someone taking advantage of kids, they think, oh, this person isn't imagining themselves fucking kids, so that isn't a problem. I may find this fetish fucked up, but oh well. But instead, you have people who just sort of view pedophilia as any weird fetish that, as basically just any weird fetish that they can associate with kids in any way. Like, a lot of these same people are the types who would lump something like age play in, or even something like sexy schoolgirl uniforms. And I do think there is some sort of discussion to be had on those types of topics, and the fetishization of youth is certainly a problem. But again, a lot of people just are not capable of engaging in nuance in any sort of way. So, anyway, I'll leave you to see if you wanted to follow up on any of that.
Okay. So, before we start off with this, I would like to say, of course, I empathize with the situations that you face when you were younger. I myself, I'm not a CSA survivor specifically, but I am an SA survivor myself. So, I'm just gonna go ahead and, lay that out. So, I get the position that you're coming from with trying to cope with that kind of trauma. But so you said a couple of things there. You mentioned coping mechanisms. So we can talk about that. I guess my main thing is, do you think that this kind of material should be banned?
I do not think it should be banned. I think that even in the case of opposition towards it, that such a ban would be pretty much unenforceable. How exactly would you objectively determine who does and does not look like a child when in real life, both minors and adults have a very large variety of different appearances? You can always find some examples of underage people who look older, or vice versa, adults who look younger than they actually are. I've known several people. As recently as last year, I've been carded at casinos, and yeah. I'm 27.
Yeah, well, I can definitely speak to that. I myself, I actually have to card people at my job. I'm a cashier, so occasionally I have to sell age-restricted items, things such as cigarettes and tobacco to people. And I guess my main thing with that is that, if someone looks young enough to the point where I have to card them, then that's one thing. But I think in the context of media, and specifically, ultimately, whenever we're talking about this, I'm not talking about banning depictions of like wholesome depictions of younger characters in animated media, But when we're talking about mediums that trend towards the more adult side, I think it's pretty easy to be able to point out, okay, in context, this character fits this role in particular and is most likely meant to evoke this kind of sense. So even if it is a situation where it's like a 1,000-year-old dragon, as it was in fucking Miss Kobayashi's Dragon Maid, I think it's pretty easy to see in context what that character is coded as. Like, Kana in Miss Kobayashi's Dragon Maid, for example, was coded as a child, and the things that happened to her, and, well, that the writers wrote about her, were not really good, especially they were very creepy, especially for a character that was meant to be in the positioning of a child in that show. So I would say if we were to ban it, I would mostly target things like that. It's pretty easy to see whenever a character is child coded, because I mean I don't know what else to say to that, you know?
I mean, I will say I have not seen Miss Kobayashi's Dragon Maid myself, or I may have seen one episode a while ago, and I know there's this stereotype about lolicons in that many of them seem to be attracted to Kana. Even as a lolicon myself, I've never seen the appeal.
Okay.
But anyway, speaking in that regards, it's like I will certainly acknowledge that a lot of portrayals in fiction can certainly be a lot creepier, and that I think there's a right and wrong way to really portray this. And
okay, if I may ask,
and
what do you mean by that? Like a right and wrong way?
Okay. Well, for one, I do share a lot of concerns about how normalized lolicon is in the anime community, especially with how you can have a lot of younger teens who can just walk into like an anime forum or site and suddenly see a bunch of people talking about shit like lollies versus MILFs, which ones are hotter, and generally just how normalized a lot of the shit is, like with how you clearly have some anime that are meant to rely on fan service featuring really young characters that air on Japanese television where kids could see it. I do think that there is a rightful concern when it comes to this type of material. It's just that in general, just in principle, I think there's always a danger to banning a type of media because it's immoral, and because morality itself is often subjective, and it becomes difficult to really think of how you're going to determine what is and isn't immoral, what qualifies as an artistic depiction, and what is clearly just made with ill intent.
Well, even then, when it comes to questions of morality, there are still some things that most people can agree upon. Like, for example, the idea that unjustified murder is wrong is something that most people can agree on. And you can sit around and say that that is something that is largely subjective, but most people would say, okay, even if that is technically subjective, because everything that humans view is subjective, that's just how it is going to be. Even things like math are through a subjective lens, because ultimately humans are creatures that are not objective. The way that we view math, with the way that we use numbers and we name them, and the fact that our brains use a base 10 system instead of like a base 3 or something, that will ultimately be subjective, but we can still make claims about things that stick. We can still make claims about how things should be when it comes to morality. And personally, and I think not even just personally, but I think societally, we've decided that this kind of material, in most cases, is wrong. The only thing that we have about this material that we are arguing about now is whether or not depictions of it when drawn are wrong or not, when it comes down to it. So
okay, so I think that when it comes to banning something, you need to look at both the material harm and what it's specifically created for the purpose of achieving. And I think that with a lot of people, they assume that the only people who could enjoy something like lolicon are pedophiles.
Well, that's who it's mostly designed and drawn by. I mean, you have to have like a very particular lens to be able to like sit down and draw that and go like, hey, this looks pretty good, I'm gonna post it. I mean, that's just what I think. Because, like, and I'm also speaking of this as someone who does produce art myself, not art like this, of course, but that does produce art myself. It takes a very long time to learn how to draw certain things. I feel like if someone has sat down and learned to draw that particular thing, I think it's a little bit suspect.
Okay, but I do also know, just from a lot of people I've discussed with, it's not always specifically because they want. Okay, but I'm starting to trip over my words. Let me regather my thoughts a bit.
Mm-hmm. Take your time.
Okay, so would your position be the same if there were a number of people who, I think it's safe to assume that the reason behind all of this is that we can't really think of, is that many people can't really think of any other reason why someone would enjoy this if they are not a pedophile themselves.
Well, you said it yourself, like coping mechanisms, which we can get into coping mechanisms later. I'm just saying, like, generally this material is not good. Like, it's drawn pretty explicitly by someone who at least finds this kind of idea attractive, or otherwise they wouldn't, like, dedicate hours, not even hours, but like sometimes days, if not weeks of their life cumulatively to learning to draw this stuff if they didn't find something enticing about it. And I think finding something enticing about the situations depicted in this kind of material is either and I'm gonna go ahead and say this, we can get into coping mechanisms later, but I do just want to go ahead and establish a standard. I think it's finding this material enticing is a representation of a very unhealthy coping mechanism, or B, a representation of a very unhealthy paraphilia that should not be allowed to be satisfied or satiated by this kind of material being open to the public and existing.
Okay, so I think one thing to keep in mind is that oftentimes when it comes to fetishes, being turned on by the idea of something is not the same time as being turned on by that actual thing happening. Like, I'm going to give an example that one of my mutuals told me. So there was, I mean, I don't know who this specifically happened to. I mean, it was just something that I've heard. So there was someone who was really into scat porn, and eventually they got the chance to star in a scat porno with a very well-known figure within that.
Before you get into the graphic detail, I'm just gonna go ahead and assume, yeah, correct me if I'm wrong, they got into it, they tried it, they realized they didn't like it, and then that was that, yeah?
I mean, not only they didn't like it, but they were also basically traumatized by the incident, and which I think it's because there's this disconnect with the idea of it and the reality of it.
But that idea of it, that I'm sure was prompted by the material that person consumed, it did draw them to try it in reality. Is that not correct?
I mean, yeah, that did draw them.
Well, that's kind of my point here. I'll prefer there to be nothing drawing someone, which of course, even in the absence of this, there will still be horrific, disgusting, I don't even want to call them people. Personally, I think anyone who does that to anyone isn't a person, yeah? But, I
don't think we disagree on that.
Yeah. But I would not like there to be any material out there that might try to, but might prompt someone to get those kinds of ideas in their head.
Okay. That is one thing that I've been kind of thinking about when it comes to this subject is, I notice when the subject of pedophilia comes up, there's often a disconnect between pedophilia as like a specific paraphilia, as in a specific attraction, and pedophilia as in used to describe people who have sex with kids.
Well, yeah, one is just active abuse, the other is a paraphilia. But at the same time, my personal position on this, I think if someone does have that paraphilia, but they acknowledge that it's a bad thing, and then they choose not to harm children, and they decide to get therapy, then, I think it's unfortunate that they have that paraphilia. They can't control it. I think it's unfortunate, though. However, I do think the line is crossed whenever someone does something that ends up being A, either harming an actual child, or B, consuming material that is child harming, or was produced through child harm, or simulates child harm. Because at that point, that's satiating that, and I don't think that that kind of thing should be satiated. It should be treated. It should be dealt with through a coping mechanism. It shouldn't be normalized, and I think part of normalizing it is allowing this material to exist.
Okay, so what I was going to say to that is that it is say that there are situations where someone would abuse a child like that, and maybe not have this specific paraphilia, but they would still logically be considered a pedophile by most people. Like, for example, there are some people who would abuse kids for a sense of power, or some that are sadists instead of pedophiles.
Well, yeah, I still think that's wrong. Yeah.
Well, obviously, I don't think we're going to disagree on that. It's just a case of them being pulled into it may not mean that they literally have this pedophilia, which again, I think it's, yes. Yeah, which I believe that takes us back to what you said about the example of the guy with the scat porn, where it's someone who may not have had the specific fetish for doing this in real life, but got pulled to it because they could not differentiate between their own fantasy and the actual reality that would entail that fantasy. I think that you could see a very similar situation where there are often people who have explicit rape fantasies of either wanting to be raped or the other way around, yet if it were to happen to them, it would likely end up being incredibly harmful to them. And I can speak as someone with these fantasies. It does not mean that I want to be raped in real life.
Well, yes, of course. Like, my main thing is still, I don't think that that this kind of media should exist. Even if like 99.9% of the people who consume it don't actually carry this out in real life, I still don't think that this kind of material should exist. It's just bad. It's just harmful. The fact of the matter is, this material exists entirely with the idea of these actions that are harmful happening. Even if it is depicted in that media somehow as being like perfectly fine and like not harmful at all, what ultimately happens is harm. Yeah, in every single last one of those situations, if they were to be carried out in real life, someone would be harmed extremely, and we both know that. The fact of the matter is, I personally think that a ban of this kind of material would just be making the world a better place by most likely putting a lot of people in prison who would most likely carry this out. Because again, if you're drawing this, who's to say that you don't have like droves and droves and droves of like the actual material in your closet somewhere or something using as fucking reference? And also, who's to say that you're not yourself going out and doing this? And again, when it comes down to it, if there are people who do use this material to like stop themselves from actually doing it in real life, my suggestion would be for them to seek out like a support group or something, or like therapy. If they can't afford therapy, like, yeah, a support group. Go to someone, talk to someone, be honest about it, and acknowledge that it isn't a good thing. I feel like, which of course I don't think that this applies to you. You consume this for a very particular reason, which I do want to go into later whenever we do talk about coping mechanisms. But I feel like 9 times out of 10, the people making and consuming this material are probably gonna be those who imagine themselves in the position of, I guess you could say, dominance, as fucked up as that is. And I think that that kind of stuff should not be allowed for these sick people to fawn over and watch and like and enjoy. And we can get into coping mechanisms whenever you do want to. It's just, this is a position that I have. I don't think that this stuff should be allowed. And that's what other platforms think as well. I'm pretty sure this stuff is banned off of Reddit. I'm pretty sure the stuff is banned off of like boards on 4chan even. Like, that's how much it is disliked even by these communities. I'm pretty sure Twitter has tried to ban it, even though they do a very poor job at doing it, because it's like almost like once every couple of months I'm arguing with someone who's like, yes, I want to, like, and it's fucked up. But ultimately, I think this material should just be banned. It's bad. It offers little to no benefit, and whatever maybe minor kind of slightly benefit it offers to people using it as a coping mechanism, theoretically could be better sought in other coping mechanisms that are more healthy and more productive, and doesn't require the existence of other material and the existence of other people who use the material to get off on their sick fantasies to exist. So
okay, so there are a few bits of that I would like to respond to. I mean, the first one being the idea that making this illegal would lead to that this would make the world a better place because all the people would be locked up.
Not necessarily, but a couple, I should say.
Well, okay. So just as a hypothetical, if you, like, let's say, if it was like say 5% of the people who it's like, what percent of the people who consume lolly would need to actually do this in real life for it to be justified, or or specifically what ratio would it need to be for it to not be justified, in your opinion?
I think any amount of people consuming this content that then later use it as an inspiration to harm actual children is enough.
Okay, so basically, if anyone gets the idea to use this to harm children, then that means that anyone else who that means the whole thing should be banned. But the problem I have with that is that works of art and media have inspired deranged people to carry out atrocious acts for all of human history. We've had someone wanted to, I don't remember the guy was, but they tried to kill John Lennon because of
they did. They did kill John Lennon.
They did?
Yeah. That was actually the example that popped into my mind. My only response to that would be nothing in Catcher in the Rye encourages anyone to kill anyone else. Whereas this material, in its existence, does inherently paint a picture, and by painting that picture, kind of sort of lightly encourage people to actually carry out these acts. It may not explicitly say it, but it often has depictions of that, and it has normalizations of it, which can encourage someone to carry something out.
I mean, personally, I wouldn't consider a just straightforward depiction to be the same thing as encouraging. I would just think of it as not condoning, which I think there is a difference between the two. And I mean, I think it would be a different story if, say, you had lolly hentai that included instructions for pedophiles on how to groom children, or if it started providing that one statistic that pedophiles love to use, where they say that most adult men are attracted to underage women, because somehow apparently that's supposed to be an argument in favor of pedophilia instead of an argument against how rape culture often coincides with toxic masculinity. I don't know, a lot of these people are just fucked up. But again, and additionally, there's often a lot of immoral media that doesn't necessarily outright say you should do something, but doesn't condone it either. Like with video games, if you have shit like hatred or postal, you'll have people who bring these things up all the time in order to discredit the medium as a whole and say that all of these should be banned. And I guess the difference is that most lolicon doesn't really have any sort of artistic integrity, but I mean, I guess it's just I don't think that being immoral in its nature is an argument in favor of legally regulating something. And what else was it?
Okay, well, I think oh, sorry, go ahead. Sorry.
And I will say, I think that in regards, and in general, I'm weary of any arguments against citing a work of fiction, even a bad one, as the cause of society's ills rather than a reflection of it. Like, for example, you recently had Tim Pool come out in favor of lolicon, and this is just a few days after he spoke in defense of Andrew Tate getting caught for engaging in sex trafficking. When he speaks against lolicon and I don't think it's him genuinely wanting to make the world a better place or him wanting to fight child exploitation. He's just looking for a convenient scapegoat that he could use to blame on society's ills instead of acknowledging that are serious systemic issues that need to be addressed. And this is something that conservatives have been doing for several decades. Like Milo Yiannopoulos, for example, blamed Elliot Rodgers' mass shooting on violent video games, and of course this was before gamers started siding with him during Gamergate, which just shows you how a lot of these types view media. I believe that the problem is the community itself rather than the media itself.
Okay, I do have to say, video games and this kind of medium are completely different because of what they simulate. Whenever you're playing a video game, you're playing something very detached from real life. I've actually read some articles on this. So like one of my things is I'm really into like, first person shooters. And one day when I was playing a first person shooter, I was like, would like a veteran who has PTSD have their PTSD triggered by playing like a first person shooter? And I actually read up on it. And some are, but not a lot necessarily are, because there is that detachment. However, that does not mean that all pieces of media don't have the capability of causing actual harm into the real world. So an example that I can use is the movie Jaws. Have you heard of the movie Jaws? Like, yes or no?
Yes, I haven't. I think I have an idea of what argument you're making here.
Yeah, so, like, the movie Jaws led to people, becoming hysterically terrified of sharks, which they shouldn't be. Sharks are mostly docile creatures whenever you come upon them. There's only, like, really one kind of shark that is outwardly aggressive, but even then, more people get killed by ants than sharks a year, and people aren't that outwardly aggressive to ants. And moreover, it led to the deaths of thousands of sharks as people went out and tried to hunt them in order to kill them because they saw them as a threat. Yeah? Even though some pieces of media may not have an outward effect, other pieces of media do. So if you are going to make the argument that this stuff isn't harmful, which I would disagree with, then I suggest that you would bring me some data or something proving that it isn't harmful. Because 9 times out of 10, material that depicts a harm of a child in this sort of form was made with the intention of satiating the desires of people who actually want to harm children. That's why this thing was made. It's made to satiate their desires, and I think satiating those people's desires is a bad thing that leads to harm. They should be seeking help, not solace.
Okay, so problem I have with that argument, particularly with, is that in cases of media directly affecting reality in a negative ways, the common thread that I've noticed with these is that usually it's in regards to either spreading misinformation or a harmful ideology. Like, with Jaws, it's a case of misinformation, and in cases of a harmful ideology, you have, quite literally, you have Nazi propaganda films or the racist cartoons of
I would argue that this does spread misinformation. Well, not even necessarily misinformation, but it does spread the harmful ideology that it is fine to do this to children.
I mean, I'm not sure if I'd really agree with that. I think that even child predators or the people that have thoughts of doing this think it's wrong to do so to children. They just choose to ignore it. Or in some cases, it's that they literally can't help it due to some serious mental illness.
Well, yeah, and I would prefer that those people get treatment than allow their desires to be satiated by this kind of material and allow that kind of action to be normalized by consuming this kind of material. Yeah.
Okay, but are you aware that oftentimes, I mean, well, this isn't for predators. This isn't for predators or people with these desires, but I've genuinely heard a number of cases, at least from people I know, where it was their own therapists that actually suggested something like Lolly and Shoda to help cope with stress and trauma surrounding either childhood abuse or child sexual assault.
Okay, question. Since we're getting into coping mechanisms, I just want to ask you a quick little question. Do you think if someone had, like, an abusive alcoholic parent, do you think it would be a healthy coping mechanism for them to watch and constantly inundate themselves with media that contained abusive alcoholic parents? Do you think that would be a healthy thing for them to do?
I'm not sure I really see the connection there. I just sort of see it.
Let's say this. Someone, as a child, was abused by a horrifically horrible alcoholic parent. Do you think it would be healthy for them to willingly subject themselves to that kind of material in order, as like a form of coping mechanism, or do you think that there might be better strategies that they can use to cope with the trauma that they had in the past? Basically, do you think that they should use, like, very fucked up exposure therapy on themselves by making themselves surround themselves with depictions of that horrific event? Like, do you think that's healthy?
I'm not sure I know of any specific examples of people actually doing this.
Well, yeah. That's why I'm not asking examples. I'm just asking, what would your take on that be? Like, would you think that that would be a healthy thing for them to do?
I don't think I really see it as healthy or unhealthy one way or the other, because there's a lot of people who are victims of sexual assault who then fixate on the subject as a whole. They may end up gravitating towards media on these types of topics. It's generally what happens.
Okay, but my
It
question
doesn't.
isn't whether or not it happens. My question is whether or not that is healthy for them. And do you think that there might be better coping mechanisms for it? Because I'm not going to deny it is a coping mechanism, but I'm not going to necessarily say that it's a healthy one.
Okay,
Especially when there are thousands of coping mechanisms out there.
okay, but anyway, here's what I think. If it works and they're healthier, then yes. If sometimes some coping mechanisms work well for some people and don't work well for others.
Okay, so to expand upon this, do you think it would be, say, okay, question, what are you doing in the background there?
Oh, that was an empty soda can.
Okay, just saying, I can kind of hear that. But yeah, no. My main question to that would be, okay, if that is a coping mechanism, don't you think it's a little fucked up for other people to get off on that coping mechanism by fantasizing about doing that to people?
I mean, I'll just say, speaking as a survivor myself, I mean, if they're getting off on this kind of material instead of actually doing this to children in real life, then I'm fine with them doing whatever. I mean, at the end of the day, I'm more concerned about whether or not more people have to go through what I did than the morality of it all.
Okay. So, again, healthy coping mechanisms. We can go down the list. I don't necessarily think that this form of exposure therapy is healthy, yeah? And I would like to reiterate myself, I'm coming to you as someone who has also survived sexual abuse myself, okay? I don't think this is necessarily the most healthy, if I'm being honest with you.
Well, you're welcome to believe whatever you want.
Yes, and I'm also welcome to say that I don't think that this kind of material should exist. Like flat out, full stop. Even as a coping mechanism, there are various coping mechanisms that are 10 times more healthy than this and result in 10 times less harm when it comes to the discussions of these topics. You said it yourself earlier, a vast majority of the people that you interact with on the internet who deal with this kind of nonsense are the exact kind of people that would like to perpetuate this kind of abuse, are the same exact kind of people who do fantasize about doing this horrific kind of shit. I think the existence of this material is not only an unhealthy coping mechanism, because there are other things that are much better at handling this outside of that. I don't only think that this is an unhealthy coping mechanism, I also think that it is one that could potentially promote more abuse in the future. I don't think it's good. Just as a good depiction, like just as a sympathetic depiction of like an alcoholic abuser is not a good thing. I don't think a depiction of this kind of material is a good thing either. It doesn't help. It may help some people, but the harm outweighs how much it helps people, and that isn't good. Yeah? There are some things in real life that do help a lot of people, but would harm a lot of others, and I don't think that that kind of material should exist. Even if it isn't this, yeah, I think if there's like one thing that they pumped into the water that helped like 25% of the population but gave cancer to the other 75%, I would still think that that thing should be banned. Even if it helps some people, that doesn't make it right.
Okay, it's starting to come across more like you specifically... Okay, I'm getting the impression at this point that you don't even care if it helps others.
No, I'm glad that it helps other people, but I think the helping, the benefit is significantly outweighed by the harm.
I mean, okay, I'm honestly not sure how I'm supposed to respond to this one. I fully understand your concerns. And honestly, I'm glad that you're willing to share this with me, but I'm not sure how I'm supposed to respond. Am I supposed to take what you say to me, or the mental health professional who says otherwise?
I mean, I do think mental health professionals can be wrong also. Yeah. Keep in mind, 50 years ago, they thought gay people were a disease. I'm just saying, sometimes people get things fucked up.
Well, keep in mind, people will also give that same reply if, say, a therapist supports a trans person transitioning. And it's not just the therapist I'm currently seeing, it's the one I saw before that.
Okay, but I would also like to say to that, I don't think that there is any comparison between depictions of pedophilia in media and trans people. I think those are two completely different topics.
Okay, I think the overall groups themselves aren't comparable. I think that specifically, I've said before, I think the LICON community has a lot worse people, but at the same time, I believe that some people are quick to resort to some of the same arguments in these cases, and I don't think that these arguments become more valid just because it's against a worse group. I'd be willing to go into what some of these arguments in specific are if you were not really getting it.
Yeah, sure. You can go ahead.
Okay, specifically, it's the argument of disgust and immorality in general. I don't think that disgust on its own is an acceptable argument in favor of something being banned. I think that
that is exactly why I have not argued on the basis of disgust. I've argued on the basis of it causing harm. So that you don't have to, potentially waste breath on talking about disgust. Yeah, okay, I will say I am disgusted by this kind of material, but I'm not arguing based on disgust. I'm arguing based on material harm that it can cause to people.
Okay, do we have any specific evidence that this material directly causes this harm?
Yes, actually. We've actually talked about it in DMs. Some people use this kind of material to groom people.
Okay,
to groom young children into committing these acts. As such, they were probably motivated by this kind of material in order to commit these acts, and hence why they're using it to groom people, so that they can do that.
Are you a Second Amendment supporter by any chance?
I am a Second Amendment supporter indeed.
Well, you do know guns are used to shoot and kill people, right?
Yes, and I think that that's a bad thing, which is also why I believe in gun control. But I also think that shooting and killing people can be beneficial depending on who the people are. But generally, I think that sexual abuse material is not a good thing. Yeah. Actually, as a matter of fact, I'm willing to make this position just to make it more clear. I think that there is far more of a material benefit to people owning guns than there is a material benefit to people owning this kind of material. Yeah, like for example, I think that more queer people should own guns, especially with the state of this nation. I think people should be able to engage in that kind of self-defense. However, I don't believe that people should be able to engage in consuming this material.
Okay, well, the problem I have with that is LICON is not intended for people to use to groom children. It's intended for adults to fap to in the privacy of their own home. And I think that's a bad thing.
I don't think that people should be doing that to depictions of this kind of act. I think that's bad. Ah, shit. Sorry about that. I dropped something. I think that's bad.
So you think it's bad even if these people are not doing any harm to others, and if...
I think by consuming and promoting this material, they are doing an inherent harm. It's actually, you know what? I'm willing to bring this out. How would you feel? Hold up. Let me put something on screen. I'm not trying to get fucking bossed. I'm not trying to get bossed. Hypothetical. Do not take this out of context. Alright. Okay. So how about this? Hypothetically, how would you feel if someone were to take actual material of this kind of action happening, actual honest to God material in real life, honest dyed in the wool material of this happening, and release it for people to be able to, say, use as a coping mechanism, and no other material can be produced, yeah, the same acts would still be illegal, but this would just be open to other people to use. How would you feel about that? Do you think that that would be a good thing for people to just be consuming in the privacy of their own homes? Do you think that would be healthy or beneficial?
It would depend. Would it succeed at making sure less people get sexually assaulted? As I've said, I'm more concerned about the effects it's having. I mean, I personally would be very uncomfortable by the idea, but if it's willing to, but if it genuinely means less people are molested and less people are harmed, I'd be willing to put aside that discomfort.
Okay.
I mean, though somehow I don't think this would have that effect. I'm speaking purely in a hypothetical scenario where it would, which...
Okay. So, you're ambivalent to it, basically.
I mean, I wouldn't say I'm completely ambivalent. It's just that I think it's...
Okay.
I mean, I guess if the way I could try and sum up my issue with what you're saying here is, a lot of it seems to be echoed in conservative tough on crime positions, where naturally, yes, we all want people who engage in horrific crimes to pay for their action, but it becomes a question of, is it more important for these people or treatment options or the possibility for reform to be offered to these people than simply punishment? So it's like...
To be honest with you, I am for rehabilitative justice. I do not think allowing people to consume this kind of material is rehabilitative. I think rehabilitative justice would be going to therapy. I think rehabilitative justice would be getting support for it. You know? Finding out actual healthy coping mechanisms, not just consuming the same material, but to a lesser degree.
Okay, what it sounds like you're saying is this whole time you are saying that there is proof that this harms people.
It's the way it's produced inherently implies some level of... Okay, are we talking about the actual stuff now, or are we talking about like the drawing stuff? Okay, yes.
Like actual CSCM, I think we can agree that's inherently abusive.
Yeah. So where's the disconnect that you're seeing here? Is it because it's not real depictions of it? Because you do know that like depictions of things in media can like draw people to change their positions on things, right?
I assume that you're talking about if someone is specifically drawing lolly art by tracing an actual child. If so, that practice is heavily despised even among the lolicon community.
Okay, but that would most likely inherently have to go into like every form of drawing this kind of art. Like we do, like do you draw at all?
I do not.
Okay, I'm gonna say this to you as someone who does do art. Reference and art go hand in hand. You have to be able to reference some kind of material. Not always, yeah. When you get really skilled, that's one thing. But leading up to your skill to train, 9 times out of 10, a lot of artists are going to be looking at references or things, are going to be reading books, studying anatomy, doing things like that. And the way that they usually do that is by looking at in real life pictures, studying them, and then trying to incorporate that into drawing. Yeah? So I would raise this to you. And you could ask, like, any artist, 9 times out of 10, they're going to say, yeah, I use, like, some form of reference. And if I don't, I've used reference in the past. That's what most artists are going to say to you. So, I am going to ask you, with this knowledge being known, is it not suspect that people are still drawing this? Because they would have to have learned that from somewhere. And even if they did learn it entirely from drawings themselves, the people who drew that most likely had to learn it from somewhere. At some point, someone actually got harmed. So what level of detraction are you going to have from that until you're willing to say that that is harmful or that is not harmful? Because somewhere down the line, someone did have to get harmed for that to happen.
I think conversations like this, they sort of end up going into that subject that Vosh had regarding, comparisons between, comparisons in products made through the physical exploitation of kids, such as child slavery and actual CSEM.
Well, yeah, and his argument in that was that both are bad.
Well, I do agree. Both are bad.
Okay, so do you think that this is bad as well? Because at some point, some child, had to be harmed in order for this reference to exist.
Absolutely.
Okay, so then would you say that this material is also a form of CSEM?
If it was specifically created through the process of harming a child, then yes.
Well, yeah, but again, somewhere down the line, even if you're like 10 artists removed, yeah, even if like every artist leading up to this learned how to draw this through other artists' drawing, at some point down the line, a reference had to be learned for it to inspire one artist, and then that artist to inspire another artist, and etc., 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 somewhere down the line. Yeah, someone had to be harmed. So with that knowledge, would you not say that this is just wrong flat out? Or at least harmful flat out, if you don't want me to use terms like wrong. Because some harm had to happen. Inevitably, some harm had to happen.
I'm not really sure how to respond to that. I mean, you yourself admitted that when it's... I mean, I think that there's a pretty significant difference between literally using reference art that is in it, not... Okay, so I think the first person who abused a child during the creation of that art, the first art that was created through that abuse, that's CSEN. And that's, again, assuming that they base this creation off of an actual child and not say that they just used a doll or something as a reference model. I think that otherwise, if it's just that, I don't think there's like some sort of transitive property of CSEM that turns all of the other ones into a form of CSEM.
Okay, but were they not all inspired somewhere down the line by that one starting incident?
I mean, I guess but that's kind of, but being inspired by something that was but that seemed... Yeah, but saying that something was inspired by something that was inspired by something that was inspired by something that was inspired by something, and so on, that something that is a form that can be called a form of CSEM is not the same as it itself being CSEM.
Okay. So you don't think that it's necessarily a relationship between this. So you don't think that even if something was initially inspired by CSEM, and like even 10 steps down the line, it was still inspired by depictions and iterations upon that CSEM, you don't think that it still carries that same harm? Or not necessarily same harm, but that harm. That general kind of category of harm.
I mean, what I can say is, if I knew for sure that something was directly inspired by something that is CSEM, I would not be comfortable. I would not feel comfortable engaging with it. It's just that this sense of abstraction, this sort of yes, and again, I don't know how common it is for this to happen. Like, I don't know if lolly artists are literally just drawing. I mean, it's like, if I wouldn't know if using something as a reference means that they are themselves objectifying this child. Like, I'm sure there are plenty of Renaissance paintings of young children that clearly use them as a reference, yet they're still proudly displayed in museums.
Well, yeah, but I think that can also be, like, very fucked up. Yeah.
Well, I am... Okay, I mean, yeah, we agree that it's fucked up, but that doesn't mean that people who are casually looking at this are themselves complicit in the abuse of those same children by virtue of simply consuming this form of media.
Well, no, but if it's abuse material, then it's abuse material, and I would say that they would be complicit in that, yeah. Again, it depends on the material, but we're talking about abuse material specifically here. Yeah, they'll still be complicit in that. Because that had to be produced somehow.
So you are saying that people who view a Renaissance painting of young children at a museum are complicit in the abuse of these children that were likely long dead by the time these people were even born.
I would say that they would be complicit in the perpetuation of that abuse into the modern day, yeah. And again, it depends on what that Renaissance painting depicts. If it's just some child in like some fucking apple orchard or something, then it's one thing. But, hold up. Listen, if it's like a Renaissance picture of a child in like an apple orchard just like fucking eating a fucking apple or some shit, then that's one thing. But if it is a Renaissance portrait of a child getting abused, then yeah, I would say A, the museum still having that up can be a little bit odd, and B, viewing it can also be a little bit odd. But at the same time, people don't look at Renaissance paintings to get off. People do consume lolicon to get off, though. And that's where the bad thing is. They're getting off on the abuse of children.
Okay, a lot of this seems to come around. Okay, I think where our difference comes from is I'm more concerned about objective harm, where, as you said, where it seems more so like you're making all of these abstractions to claim that...
Because this is a wide topic. Harm is a wide topic, and this isn't a topic that has been studied much. There is no fucking, as far as I can tell, there is no study on, like, the definitive harm that this can cause. So I'm just going off of what other things do cause harm. And I would say, actual CSEM does cause harm. I think we can both agree on that. Actual CSEM does cause harm. Can we both agree on that?
Yes, I don't think we ever disagree with that.
And then with that agreement, I just wanted to, verbalize. Yeah, I knew that we most likely agreed on that, yeah. But, with that being said, actual CSEM does depict harm, and I would think that, The drawn version of that does depict harm as well. It's in the same way that a Nazi propaganda film would depict harm, in the same way that a Nazi propaganda poster would depict harm. I don't think putting it in the medium of drawing suddenly makes it non-harmful. And yes, I did just break Godwin's law.
I mean, I wasn't actually going to accuse you of anything for that, but I mean, I must admit, I find a lot of these arguments confusing.
Oh, and I should say, I accidentally said, like, depict harm. I meant cause harm. I accidentally said depict.
Okay. Oh, that, I think, makes more sense. It's like, I would like to go back to that example you said earlier with, you know, the whole thing about people using lolly to groom children. I mean, what I was saying before is, I don't think that people are specifically making this for the purpose of, having pedophiles use it to groom children. I don't think that's the intention behind its creation. I believe that, and the reason I brought up the gun example was because I don't think, well, actually, I feel like that it's even more baffling that one would support, that guns, which are specifically created for the purpose of killing people, that this is not treated the same way.
Okay,
I mean, I guess,
but I can explain why. Yeah.
I mean,
some
think
people.
It's because of what you.
I can actually explain that. Yeah, some people killing them is not a bad thing. Yeah, I think if someone is assailing upon you, you have every right to kill them. Yeah, to defend yourself. I do also believe that in no circumstance is child abuse okay. That's simple. These are two completely different topics. That actually goes into my opinion on rehabilitative justice. I think it is much easier to rehabilitate someone who killed someone than it would be to rehabilitate someone who abused a child. Because one thing, you can justify it in some circumstances. You can justify killing someone who, like, killed your family. You can justify killing someone who was posing an active threat to you. You cannot justify harming a child. There's no circumstance, no realistic circumstance where you could justify that.
I don't recall saying that there was, but
I know, I just wanted to, like, I just wanted to specify that before you compare this to killing. Because these are two completely different things.
Well, I think I was more so referring to the issue of how having more guns means that it's easier for people who want to use them for malicious purposes can use them for malicious purposes. Like having more guns around the house means like a mass shooter could easily get a hold of them, much more so than with stricter gun control. And I believe that, in the process of using something up that is clearly intended for something else for the purpose, or instead for malicious purposes that it was not intended for, I do not believe that this then reflects on everyone who continues to own these or create these. It's like personally, I think that, it's like just how I don't think that anyone who owns a gun is in favor of mass shooters having guns and going on shooting sprees with them. I don't think that anyone who consumes lolicon is in favor of people using it to groom children. And I would also like to add, pedophiles can often be incredibly resourceful when it comes to finding ways to groom children. these people have been around for ages and have found ways to groom children. I feel like focusing specifically on something that this is not intended for, that's something that Lolly is not intended for use for as a way that it objectively has harm and thus should therefore be completely banned, while also supporting something that could have the same thing applied to it, like with guns, which again, not everyone who owns a gun intends to harm innocents with this. It's rather that, but owning them still increases the amount of harm done. And to be honest, I do think that large-scale distribution of guns does result in more innocent people getting shot than the distribution of lolly results in children groomed. Because I believe that most of these pedophiles that would use it to groom children could find some other way to do so.
Yes, and I would prefer them have less ways to do it. Both of these things can exist at the same time. You can still... Actually, yeah, I can use it. I can actually use this, the gun argument. Do you know what kind of weapon the former Prime Minister of Japan, Shinzo Abe, was shot by to be killed? He was shot by a makeshift gun. He was shot by a makeshift gun. Yeah, the person who wanted to assassinate him still found a way. But you know what? Shinzo Abe is one of 20 gun deaths that will happen in the past year in the nation of Japan. One of 20. And personally, I do support gun rights. But you can't argue results there, if I'm being honest with you. One of 20 gun deaths. It's in the same way. Will people be resourceful? Yes. Will people always find a way? Yes. But giving them less tools is good. Personally, if you want to argue gun control, we can do that in a different debate. But if I am going to use your position on you, one thing is clearly a benefit here, and it would be banning this material. I want to give these people less tools, not leave it open to more.
I mean, I will say, personally, I do think that if you could specifically keep this out of the material, out of the hands of people who intend to use it for harm, I do think that this is well, I think we both agree to that people who would use it to harm others should not have this type of material.
Okay, so then in that case, should we make it, say, restricted? Maybe to the point where it doesn't exist? So that people can't use it to harm other people? Because you did say that we both agree sort of on that it would be better if this
we agreed that people who would use it for the purpose of spreading harm would not be caused by that. So
so they shouldn't have it. Yeah, we both agree on that, which is why I think that they should ban it. I think it should be banned.
I'm well aware that's your position.
Yeah. My question is, like, why is that not yours?
We both agree with certain people not being allowed to have it.
Well, yeah, but how do you regulate that? Like, this is one of those things that, like, you can regulate guns. It's kind of hard to regulate art on the internet. Like what are you gonna do? Like, do, like, a prescription for it?
Well, I was more so thinking of something along the lines of banning sex offenders from looking up this type of material online.
That is gonna be so difficult to be fucking enforced, especially in the age of VPNs.
Well, it would be so difficult to... Well, it would be difficult to outright ban this stuff as well. And
well, yeah, also, but it could still be done. Other websites have done it. Websites like Reddit have done it. Websites like YouTube have done it. It may be difficult to do it, but it can be done.
I mean, a platform banning it is quite a bit different from making something illegal and then cracking down and arresting the people who possess or distribute it.
You do know you do know that like these platforms can just work alongside the government. They've done it before for very bad reasons. I would prefer them to do it for a good reason, and I think this is a good reason.
Would you believe that people who use it as a coping mechanism deserve to go to prison for it?
No, I don't think they deserve to go to prison. I think they deserve better coping mechanisms now. More fruitful coping mechanisms.
I mean, so then I believe that goes into the issue of how this would even be executed. Would this retroactively be applied to? I mean, would this retroactively be applied to anyone who's ever?
I think retroactively no, but going forward, yeah.
I mean, because the thing is, if this stuff is made illegal, then it will mean people like me will go to... People like me who were just trying to find a coping mechanism for our own trauma will go to jail for it.
Well, yeah, I think that's unfortunate, which is why I don't think it should be a retroactive ban. But, like, going forward, yeah. And also, I do think that, like, again, there are better coping mechanisms that are out there. And again, I'm saying this as someone who is as a survivor myself.
I'm well aware.
There are better coping mechanisms out there.
So I'm thinking things over. I'm not really sure if this... I'm not sure if this conversation's really going to go anywhere else. I'm not really sure.
Okay, if you don't think this conversation is fruitful, you are more than welcome to leave. And if you want to say a final statement, you can, but I would like to say my final statement first. Okay? This material, no matter what happens, no matter what occurs, flat out isn't good. On the topic of coping mechanisms, there are millions of coping mechanisms out there. There are good coping mechanisms, there are bad coping mechanisms. For example, it's a good coping mechanism to go to therapy, go to a support group, etc. It is a bad coping mechanism to get involved in hard drugs. It's not healthy. It's not a healthy coping mechanism. I don't think people should go to prison for that, but it's not a healthy coping mechanism. Yeah? And I think that this topic and this type of content isn't healthy because it is an active depiction of trauma, and the way that it is depicted and the way that it is produced, at some point down the line, someone was most likely harmed in order for it to occur, in order for this material to be produced, even if it's drawn, and I think that is a bad thing. Actually, no, I'm not even going to say I think it's a bad thing. It is a bad thing. Okay? Now, on the topic of people who consume this junk in order to get off on it. They are horrible people. I think we would both agree that people who consume this kind of junk to get off on it are pedophiles. If you're getting off on this kind of depiction in order to satisfy your desires to harm a child, that would make you a pedophile. I think we can both agree on that. And as such, this kind of media is made typically by pedos for pedos. There are outcroppings like you described, or people using it as a coping mechanism, but that's why I said it's not a good coping mechanism, because inherently to it, someone had to be harmed for it to be produced. Now, off of that, I think it should be banned. Do I think that you're a bad person? Going off of this, do I think that you're a bad person? No. You've been 100% honest with me, and I don't believe that you used this material in order to get off on like some fucked up fantasy of harming a child. I don't think you do that, which I think is, a good thing. And I hope that maybe there might be some different coping mechanisms out there for you to use, because this is genuinely not a healthy one. And with that being said, I care about, people. And I wish all the best for you. Now, if you want to say your final closing statement, feel free to, and then we can go ahead and get off this and end it.
Okay, I will say mine, and I would like to thank you as well. You've genuinely treated me with a lot more kindness and respect than a lot of people on this topic do, and I do appreciate that. And I do get that while I may disagree with some things, it does come across like these are rooted in genuine concerns and a desire to make the world a better place, and I also have a lot of respect for that. My issue comes from the idea that if I had to give an issue, it's just that with a lot of my research on this subject and with what the therapists that not only I've seen personally, but whose writing I've said, and whom I've also talked to outside of my own group circles, is that it goes against what you were saying. And that I believe, and I think if there was some sort of definitive proof that most people who engage in this type, most people who engage with this type of content who get off to it, if there was some type of hard evidence that it's mostly people who go on to harm others, and that this content is directly responsible, that it is specifically made for this purpose, then I would reconsider these things. But as far as I know, that's not the case. Now, if need be, I could provide you some of the data that I found specifically to discuss this sort of content. I do think that also my lack of speaking abilities may have bit me in the ass here. We're clearly discussing about a lot of abstract concepts when it comes to this, and I do think that if I specifically had more time, that a lot of questions did kind of catch me off guard, and if I had some more time to discuss them, then maybe I could have formulated my thoughts a little bit better. But either way, thank you for having me on, and I do appreciate it, and hopefully, I hope things work out for you.
All right, thank you. You have a good night. All the best to you.
Okay.
And again, like you said, like I think you said like you had read up on some things and like had seen data. Is that what you said in your closing?
Yeah.
Okay, if you have, like, please feel free to send that to me. Like,
okay.
Actually, not even please feel free. Do send that to me, actually. I would like to see it.
Okay. Sounds good.
Alright, you have a good night.
Okay, you too.
Bye. Okay. So, that was that. I feel like I could have done better there. Oh man. That was like, I was angry, but like repressing my anger because like I get where she was coming from. And like I said it at the end, I wasn't lying. I don't think that she's doing this maliciously. I don't think... I read through her tweet. She's not one of those fucking people that's like weird and fucking skeevy about this. I mean, inherently too, arguing this, there is like some form of weirdness to it, but I don't think she's one of those people that is like about it. I do think she was being entirely good faith there in the way that she was arguing, and that was why I was like really suppressing my anger, because like I didn't want to blow up on this person. But at the same time, I don't really think my positions on this topic can be changed. This shit is just harmful. Flat out, full stop. And at some point, as someone who does art, you have to reference shit. You have to reference shit. And at some point down the line, it is heavily likely that some child got harmed. And that shit is not okay. Stream isn't over. Well, good night, Octosplats, but yeah, stream isn't over, y'all. But inherently, this shit is bad. And I'm not going to capitulate on that. I don't think I ever will capitulate on that unless I got, like, some really good fucking data. And even then, I don't think my argument would change from a ban perspective. Because I still think that there are better coping mechanisms out there. I said it at the beginning of the debate, but I myself am a SA survivor. And I would never personally, and this is a personal argument, this is an anecdote, which is why I didn't use it in the argument. I just stated it in there because, like, I wouldn't have been shocked, not saying that she's a bad person, but I wouldn't have been shocked if, like, something like, oh, well, you never experienced something like this, so, like, you don't understand. That's why I mentioned it in there, and I didn't really go further than that. But as someone who's, like, survived shit myself, my experience wasn't as harrowing as, like, CSA. I can maybe go into it later. I really don't want to, though. But I would never personally consume any material related to that. It would fuck me up. And that argument of it being a coping mechanism, I get that, but there are much better things out there, and we all know that, like, probably a vast majority of people who A, produce this content, and A, consume this content, do it because they want to harm children. Flat out. But with that being said, the stream is not over yet. I'm most likely going to hop in debate queue because I think someone else is in there. And if you like this video, I love you all. Hit that like button. Subscribe. Hit the bell icon. You can join my Discord in the description if you ever want to debate me on anything. And you can also follow me on Twitter. I just hit 900 followers. Hopefully I get 1,000 before my birthday, which is in a couple of weeks. And I love you all. And I'll see you all in the next video. Peace. That was the most mentally, emotionally, fucking physically taxing conversation I've had in what feels like years. And I don't ever want to do that again. Okay. So I'm about to hop in with this other person in debate queue. Is the server in the server? Is there still a boob roll? Just I don't know. I was gonna be doing a server overhaul soon, so you can rejoin if you want, I guess. Bye. Well, hey, stream's not over yet. Come on, we dropped 10 fucking viewers off that? Really? Really? Wait, no, we didn't. It's just my shit isn't, going. Okay, let's do this. Okay, let's do another one, everyone. Howdy.
Hello.
How are you?
I'm alright, I guess.
Alright, okay. I saw that you had some reservations about the debate that I just did. Also, to people watching... Hey, wait, are you fine if I stream this?
Yeah, I don't mind if you stream this.
Okay, cool. Yeah, so to the people watching, link will be in the description to the original debate, so... you had some reservations about my...
What positions do you want me to defend?
Well, you're mostly saying that my arguments were not good, and I mostly want to know how my arguments were not good.
I was saying you weren't citing data sources.
Okay. Can we, like, both acknowledge that there isn't much data or sources on this? This is mostly, like, just the way that this argument works. Like,
Okay,
this isn't really a topic that has a lot of data on it, because this isn't something that is widely studied. So this is mostly just an argument of, like, what should be what is, and what we can most likely extrapolate from other forms of media.
Right.
Okay. So, how does that sound to you?
If there's not much data, then there's not much data, but you kept saying things like 9 cases out of 10.
Well, yeah, but...
Most cases, and not giving any... If you're going to say most 9 out of 10, you need data for that. You can't just say...
Okay.
I could say
9 times out of 10, I will specify on this. whenever, okay, I'm gonna actually say it like this: 9 times out of 10, whenever I say 9 times out of 10, it's me saying probably this case, or I think it's this case. Yeah.
Okay.
Whenever I say 9 times out of 10.
Well, maybe I'm just being overly literal because I'm autistic.
Oh, I feel you on that. I am too.
All right.
Yeah.
I would say if there's not much data, then more data should be collected.
I agree. I would like to see more data on this topic. I think it would make conversations like this a lot easier.
I'm willing to be... I'm not actually going to say what my position is on LICON. I'm not actually going to say that because it's just painting a target on my back if I say, oh, I'm in favor of it.
Well, I think he's saying that implies a lot, but I'm not going to jump on that.
Okay, I guess.
Yeah.
I will say I'm honestly not entirely sure.
All right, well, that's fair.
If there is more studies done, more data collected, and it does show that it is more harmful than not, then I am willing to accept that. But on it,
okay. Can we at least...
Not everything that is harmful is necessarily bad. Not everything that's harmful is necessarily illegal.
Well, I think there's a difference.
Well, maybe it should be.
Yeah, I think there's a difference between legality and whether or not something's good or bad.
Yeah, well, obviously. But if something is shown to be harmful, should it be illegal in the general case?
I think it depends. You know, I wouldn't say general case, but 9 times out of 10, if
Right.
something is harmful, I would say illegality is probably a good follow-up to that, but that also depends. Like, something like drug addiction is harmful, but I don't think making it illegal is necessarily the thing, especially when there's data arguing... Well, I mean, honestly, not even arguing, but, like, showing that treatment is better.
Yeah.
Honestly, I'll take, like, the same thing to this. I think treatment would be way better than, like, actually consuming this kind of material.
Well, you could have a point there.
Yeah.
What do you think treatment looks like?
Well, most likely, I mean, I said it during the debate, but like therapy, support groups, things of that nature. Most likely. You know, the things that we already have on the books now, there might be some other things that we can explore, but I don't necessarily think that this is one thing that should be explored.
I would rather discuss in a more general case.
Mm-hmm.
Because you've already said you're not going to be convinced on LICON.
Yeah.
So I don't think there's much point having a debate if you've said you're not going to be convinced.
I mean, potentially.
At that point, you're basically saying, my opinion is set, so it makes me think that you think your opinion is set, but other people might be convinced.
Yeah.
Convinced of your standpoint.
Okay. Well, I said it multiple times, but inherently to produce this kind of content, somewhere down the line someone did have to be harmed. Because that's just kind of the nature of art. Almost all art... Actually, no, I would be willing to say all art, unless it's, like, really abstract and just, like, lines and shapes and stuff. But art depicting people relies on learning anatomy, learning the human body, learning how the human body works in order so that you can depict it and twist it and bend it. I'm saying this as someone who is an artist, as someone who knows multiple artists, and as someone who interacts and is heavily invested in artist spaces. Reference and studying anatomy is one of the biggest things that you need to do if you want to learn how to properly draw people. And as such, it is pretty easy to assume that somewhere along this depiction, somewhere down the line, these depictions at some point had to involve the actual harm of someone.
Okay, how many steps removed does it have to get before you don't consider it to be contributing to that harm?
I
If
don't.
somebody draws something like um what about like if somebody wants to draw, I don't know, somebody dead, at some point they would have to know what a real dead person looks like, or like if they're disemboweled or something, they would have to know what the real corpse looks like, and somebody has to be have been harmed for that.
Yeah, but I think that these are
Would
like
you agree with
very.
that?
Yeah, I agree, but I think that these are very different levels of harm. Yeah. Sometimes it is actually important to know what a dead person looks like say in the medical field, so that you can actually help
Yeah.
people down the line.
Well,
I don't think that there's
that's
anything good here. There's nothing of benefit here. No one is benefited by this, and if they are benefited, then actually no. I'm not gonna say no one was benefited, but the harm far outweighs the benefit.
again, you would have to there would have to be more studies done to state that as a fact.
Okay, I'm just gonna put it like this:
Okay,
the
okay.
harm that is caused is
Maybe
far
my
worse than the benefit that is caused. I'm not gonna go by a numbers game. I'm just gonna say that comparing the two, yeah, let's say it's 50-50. The harm is the worse of that 50. How about that?
well,
I'm making a claim here. Not a
yes, you're
numbers
on my
claim, just a.
okay. Um, I don't know.
That's fine.
I don't know. Again, I want to talk in a more general sense. Maybe my comparison was not very good. I admit that my comparison was probably not very good.
That's fine.
But let's say we're talking about something that is intended to be something that people get off to.
Uh huh.
Would you ban like rape fantasy artwork, like artwork that depicts like that depicts rape of any kind in with the intent to be like a sexual fantasy?
I mean, I find that pretty disgusting, but if I'm being honest, you don't have to look at depictions of like actual honest to. Hold up. Okay. Uh. Yeah. I mean, I think that stuff is pretty disgusting, but being honest, you don't have to look at like actual honest to God depictions of that, and of course simulated depictions of that act in order to be able to draw that. It's different when it comes to things like anatomy, because the anatomy between those two different groups is, groups of age is different, smaller, different proportions, etc. That's far different. You don't have to consume content of someone like an adult being harmed in that way in order to draw that. You do have to consume content of a non being like harmed in that way in order to draw that, most likely. Yeah.
I don't think you do have to. I think people can extrapolate from I think it's perfectly possible to draw like lolicon without looking at a photograph of a real child. I don't think you've really provided any evidence that
Okay.
people have
How
to
about
do that
this?
to do that.
How about this? The act of drawing it itself is harmful because you're normalizing those kinds of depictions in your mind whenever you're creating that art. How
Well,
about
that's
that?
the question I'm asking about rape fantasies.
Yeah,
Does it normalize rape?
kind of, yeah.
So do you think it should be illegal?
Honestly, yeah.
Okay. Well, at least that's consistent. I disagree, but at least that's consistent. Um, I would ask, do you think there's something uniquely do you think there's something uniquely harmful about depicting something which is bad in reality for sexual pleasure as opposed to any other kind of pleasure?
Pardon? Like, could you expand upon that?
Okay, so if you depict, let's say you depict violence, like rape as a form of violence, any other kind of violence,
Wait, actually,
and that
what I
depiction
said,
is intended.
I would like to go back on that. You can have depictions and acting out shit like it happening between two adults. That can be consenting. Some people do like consenting non-consent, which is a fucking thing. Yeah, but that's different than actual like essay. Like those are two different things.
Yes, I know consent because
like and
I
like
know.
yeah, yeah. I'm just I'm assuming that you know. I'm just saying
Right.
it because some people watching may not know.
Okay. Okay.
When you depict that, you can have both of the parties in that consenting, and it's still a depiction of that acting out. In no case can someone who is a minor consent.
I agree.
Yeah, which is why that is always bad, and the other thing, depending on what it is based off of, I still think it's weird regardless.
Okay, but we're not talking about what's
it might be fine. So I'm just gonna go and clarify that. I made a fucking stupid point earlier, realized it, and
alright, we're not talking about what's weird. We're not talking about what's disgusting. We're talking about what's harmful and what should be illegal. And you said, if I'm getting this correct, you said artwork or something that depicts rape and is intended to be used for sexual pleasure should be illegal.
Mostly, yes. Yeah. I at least think that if you consume it, you should have like a big eyebrow raised at you. I think that is like different than
Okay, again, I'm not talking about what should raise eyebrows. I'm not talking about what's disgusting.
Okay, if we're talking about
weird.
illegality, then sure, yeah.
Right.
Make it illegal. I don't care. You can get your rocks off to something else.
Okay. Okay, well, what I'm asking is, do you think there is something uniquely dangerous or harmful about depicting something unethical or something harmful, something that would be harmful in real life, in a piece of media that is intended to be used for sexual pleasure as opposed to any other kind of pleasure?
Yeah.
I.e., if you make a film that depicts a lot of violence and it's intended to be thrilling or exciting, is that different ethically than a film that depicts a lot of violence and is intended to be for sexual pleasure?
It depends on the kind of depiction and what it's meant to do.
Right.
Like, for example, I think like a movie like Django Unchained. Actually, no. Like, I think like a movie like Roots, which depicts like, you know, fucking slaves being beaten, is entirely different than like someone's fucked up pornography that like takes place in the fucking 1800s of like a slave being abused. Yeah.
Yeah. Well, I'm not going to defend. I'm not going to sit here and defend depicting slavery as hot to a black person. I'm not that stupid.
Well, that's not what I was
may
trying
be
to go
stupid.
Into. I was just using an example.
Yeah. Okay, I get what you're saying. I get what you're saying, but I don't know if I'm really getting anywhere with this or going anywhere with this. Like, and honestly, I have no interest in defending like race play or anything like that.
Okay, so
I really don't think, like, I really don't think it would be a good idea for like I'm white. I really don't think it would be a good idea for me to get into.
I mean, I don't think your race would have to do anything with that. I don't care what race you are. You can argue whatever you want.
Okay. Well, I think I don't know. I just think it's uncomfortable for me. Maybe I'm just being a dipshit.
Well, I wouldn't
Um.
say that. Be nice to yourself. That's what I always say to
Okay.
everyone. Be nice to yourself.
Okay. Okay. Will you? Okay. I just think like people are often. I'm not necessarily saying you're necessarily. God. I'm nervous. I'm not good at this.
That's fine. Take your time.
I've never really done this before. Like I've been on someone's stream recently, but it wasn't to debate anything.
Yeah.
Um,
You can take your time, and if you want to like leave and do this another day, or just leave and not do this at all, you're more than welcome
yeah,
to.
okay. I can't see the chat, so I don't know if people are dunking on me.
Yeah.
Um,
Don't look at the chat.
I won't.
Okay, I'm just gonna go ahead and put that out there. I'm not saying that they're saying bad shit about you. I'm just saying don't look at the chat. That's the advice I give to everyone.
Well,
Do not look at the chat ever.
tell them I use she, her, or they, them pronouns. I guess if anybody's using any pronouns for me.
Okay, everyone,
Um,
Shiva, keep that in mind, please. I will correct you personally if you don't acquiesce to that, please.
because
Not
I know I
acquiesce.
don't.
Acquiesce isn't the right word. Respect that.
Yeah, because I know I don't. Like I haven't really done any voice training. I used to do kind of like voice acting more like
Well, if I may
for a while,
say,
but I kind of gave it up.
this might just be the way that like I hear all people from the Isles, but the moment you joined, I immediately clocked you as more femme presenting. So if that makes you feel
Okay.
good, then there you go.
Well, that reassures me somewhat.
Yeah.
I think what I'm trying to say is just like people are often, I think, quick to. I'm not necessarily even saying you're necessarily doing this. I guess I'm kind of asking if you're maybe doing this. I find people are kind of quick to think something is worse or more harmful because it's sexual. As in, like, in terms of fiction and fantasies.
Mm-hmm.
So, like, the obvious comparison point that people often bring up is violent video games. Like, there are plenty of video games where you're just, like, murdering a lot of people or killing a lot of people, and it's obviously supposed to be fun. And, like,
Uh-huh. Well, I would
and
like to say on the violent video games topic, I got into it on the previous debate. It's kind of hard to use other forms of media unless it's like really, 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 really closely related to talk about this specific topic, because sometimes forms of media do lead to more violence if it depicts violence, and sometimes forms of media don't. Like Jaws was an example. Jaws, the movie, led to like more sharks being killed, like by record, and
yeah,
like fucking Doom doesn't lead people to fucking going into their schools and like, you know, killing
no.
everyone as fucking demons. You know, it depends on like the topic. So the
Well,
closest thing that you
that's
could.
why
No,
we need data.
well, yeah, and I
That's
would
why we need
say
data.
until we get
So more
this.
studies should be done.
I agree. But I would say
Yeah.
until we get more of this data, which it would be very difficult to get this data because like who's gonna admit that? But in waiting for getting this data, I think the best point of comparison that we could use is most likely, I would say actual existing CSEM material. And I would say that, you know, to produce actual CSEM material, someone has to be harmed, and as such, the artistic depictions of that in drawing is also like harmful. Most likely, just due to how close they are as topics. Of course, there isn't definitive data on that, but it's like comparing, like, say we didn't have TV shows and TV shows were like a completely new medium, and then we couldn't like we haven't studied TV shows yet, like hypothetically, if we knew that depicting like shark killing in movies was bad, we could probably extrapolate that depicting shark killing in like this newfangled form of TV show would also be bad, if that makes sense.
Right. I don't know about the shark thing, because people were already afraid of sharks. It may have amplified it.
Oh, significantly.
But that was an existing thing.
Well, yeah, but it's the same thing of like,
So,
in like the times of the ancient Greeks, people were still afraid of space because it was so vast and large and overbearing. People were still afraid of it, and like in the time now where we've landed like humans on the moon, we are still scared of space, if not more scared of space, because we actually know what's out there, or at least
yeah.
we've been led to know what's out there with movies like, say, fucking Interstellar or some shit.
Okay. Fuck.
And again, like if you want to pull out of this conversation at all, just say so, and you're like more than willing to.
I will if I do.
Okay.
Honestly, I have nearly no audience. I have nearly no platform, so I'm not gonna really. I said I would be painting a target on my back, but I really probably am not. Like, I don't think people are gonna come after me.
All right.
And it's fine if they do, I guess. It doesn't matter.
So yeah, do you want to continue or not? It's up to you entirely.
Yes, I'll continue.
All right.
Because I'm trying to talk about a broader topic, which is the ethics of fiction and fantasy in general.
All right.
Because this often becomes this like pro-ship versus anti-ship thing. Because people often don't kind of restrict it to lolicon. They kind of go after a lot of topics. Lolicon is just probably lolicon and shotacon and then cub and all that.
Okay.
Is probably just the most like extreme, I guess.
Okay.
Example.
So if I may ask, what is your entire position on like the pro-ship, anti-ship thing? This is the most Zoomer argument I've had all week. But like,
I'm not a Zoomer.
Oh well, I am.
Right.
Yeah, I mostly see that.
I'm a millennial.
Well, lovely.
I
Go on.
pro-ship, I guess, pretty much.
All right. In what ways?
Well,
Like
because I oppose, or I guess you could say like pro-fic. The terminology is kind of stupid, to be honest. Because a lot of the time it isn't actually about shipping.
Well,
But
yeah, I agree.
And again, a lot of the time it is.
Hence, like
But-
me saying like the Zoomer thing, because
Yeah.
as a Zoomer, I'm self-hating. I fucking hate other Zoomers.
But using just the word anti is the stupidest thing, because it means so many. It could mean anti anything. But yeah, I would say I'm pro-ship or pro-fic or whatever.
Okay, so in what manner is it? Just like you think everything should be allowed to be depicted in media, no matter what, in what ways? Like what's your opinion on like
Well,
responsible depiction, if I may ask?
responsible depiction. Well, I think responsibility is stuff like using content warning.
All right.
I would say use content warnings, use tags. Don't like show people porn that don't want to see porn
Okay. And also
or any kind of content
and
that don't want to see it.
also with that, can I also ask, because like that's mostly responsible distribution of it. If I can also ask, do you think that it is irresponsible to depict forms of abuse in this manner, in a sexualized manner? Do you think that that would be a irresponsible form of producing this kind of content?
Well, it's complicated. I would say there probably is a point you could reach where I would say maybe it is irresponsible. And again, if I were to be shown like data that shows a danger to a particular kind of depiction, then I would at least hope I'd be able to take that into account. I do not hope to be inflexible. If if I'm wrong, then I'm wrong, and I hope that I can accept that.
I
It
get that.
might be painful for me because, like,
Take your
it
time.
might be painful for me to adjust because some of this. Well, I don't want to get too personal. I want to talk
If you do
in
not
terms
have
of
to
my
get personal, if you
positions.
don't want to get
Okay,
personal.
okay. I don't want to get personal. I want to talk in terms of my position.
Okay. I would like to say on this, just so that you know my position on it, I think there are very different ways that you can depict abuse of this nature in media, and I do think that there are good ways to address it, and I do think that there are bad ways to address it. I can go into a good way. One of the anime I'm currently watching right now is Revolutionary Girl Utena. Spoilers for I believe,
I've
like,
seen it,
yeah. Oh, well, I know, but just like to
but I
the
don't
audience.
remember it all that
Yeah.
clearly. Oh,
But
okay.
yeah,
Yeah, I
like
forgot about it.
spoilers for I think like almost 30-year-old anime now, almost 30. But to those of you who do not know in the audience, one of the biggest plot points in Revolutionary Girl Utena mostly centers on the character of Akio Tori, who is the main villain of the series. And one of the things that he does is he is the chairman of a school, and he horrifically abuses the children who go to that school. And most of them are not older than me, and I'm only 17. Like, the main character, Utena, in episode 30 is assaulted
Oh,
by him. And,
shit, wait a second. I didn't realize you were a minor.
yeah.
I was not aware of that.
Yeah.
I'm really not entirely sure I'm comfortable debating, like, this sort of thing with a minor.
Well, if it makes you feel any better, I do turn 18 in, like, literally less than a month.
Okay.
Yeah. But,
But I will endeavor, like, obviously, like, now I know that like, I'm glad I didn't go into, like, the personal thing I wanted to avoid.
yeah, yeah. But,
I don't want to say something that crosses some kind of line. Like,
that's fine, I get that. But yeah, yeah. So, going off of that, the way that this abuse is depicted in Utna, and they make it explicitly clear what's happening, but they never sexualize it, they never romanticize it, they make it very obvious what's happening, but they don't ever deal with it in a way that is in a sexualizing manner, which I think is very good, and I think it's a very healthy depiction of the way that this abuse occurs. Actually, as a matter of fact, as I've been watching through it, of course, I read like the comments on the episodes because I'm watching it on Crunchyroll, and going on the Reddit too, because Utna is like a pain of a fucking series to understand the symbolism of sometimes. But a lot of the people will openly say that the most horrific thing about the like main villain of the series, despite all of like the flowery, like gorgeous visages that happen in Utna, like the amazing fights, the fantasy setting, even the fantasy premise, the most terrifying thing about the main villain is how realistic he is and how much of a realistic abuser he is.
Right.
And I think that if we are going to depict that kind of abuse in media, and if we are going to depict that kind of abuse and have people use it as a coping mechanism, we should be doing it like that. We should be depicting it as it is and not as a good thing, unlike what this kind of content that people who use to get their rocks off to do, because it isn't healthy. There are better ways to do it. I don't think fucking lollipop content is good.
Right. Well, fuck.
Again, if you want to step out at any time, you're more than free to.
Yeah, I know. I think, honestly, people get tied up in the coping mechanism thing.
Mm-hmm.
Because it becomes, honestly, it just becomes a thing of people on one side saying, well, I'm a CSA survivor and I find it a coping mechanism, and people on the other side saying, well, I'm a CSA survivor and I find it triggering.
Yeah.
And like, I'm not going to go into whether or not I'm a CSA survivor or a survivor of any other kind of sexual abuse, because I think people aren't owed that information.
Uh-huh.
Obviously, I can disclose that if I choose to.
Of course. Yeah. And I don't expect you to.
I don't really want to weaponize it. And like, whatever abuse I have or haven't survived doesn't actually affect whether my argument is any good or not.
Yeah, of course.
I watched Utena as well. I agree that I do agree that that kind of depiction can be a coping mechanism. And I wouldn't really disagree that this is difficult to kind of reason out.
Okay.
For me,
if I may say,
because
you did say that it was like really late where you are.
It is.
Yeah. If you maybe want to do this at a different time when like you know your bearings are fully down, like we can personally, I wouldn't mind, maybe wrapping things up sometime here soon. So like it is entirely up to you, of course. but like if you want to do this at a different time, like just DM me and we can.
Okay, I want to keep going. I don't really want to schedule it because my sleep pattern is not very consistent, as you can tell from the fact that I'm up at 4:30 a.m.
I get that, but I also don't want to like
Um,
keep you up. Like,
No, I probably would have been. I probably would have stayed up anyway. I have a really big problem with this.
I'm sorry to hear that.
It is what it is. Well, uh, God, like my basic position is like, uh, 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 first I want to kind of say like, saying something should be illegal is honestly usually a bit pointless because I don't have the power to make anything legal or illegal.
Yeah, of course.
I guess that's a defeatist attitude. I also want to acknowledge like making something illegal is not going to make it not exist.
Of course, but it
It may
can
reduce
significantly limit it.
it can reduce it, but it's not going to make it not exist. And I just want to point that out because at one point you did say, this kind of material should not exist, and like you can say that all you want, and like even if you're right, that's not going to happen. Like that. Well, actually, one day it probably is going to happen.
Yeah.
Because the sun is going to expand and swallow the earth.
Yeah.
So, problem solved in the distant future.
Yeah.
But that's abstract. That's kind of pointless to get into. But like I'm waffling. I'm waffling a lot. I don't think I'm doing a very good job of articulating my argument, to be honest.
Yeah. Again,
and that
like,
might be because I've really never done this sort of thing before.
Yeah. Again, if you like, it doesn't even have to be like an immediate reschedule. We don't even have to schedule it. You can just like DM me one day and say like, "Hey, are you free?" I don't even have to be live. We can just like pre-record it. Cause
No, I think if I'm gonna talk about this, with you, I'm gonna do it now.
okay.
I don't think I don't think I want to do this another time because honestly, it was fairly pointless for me to do this in the first place, and I kind of am only doing it because I just thought like people are gonna call me a coward if I didn't. Like
I don't think you're a coward for stepping off of this at all.
right.
It's just mostly like a convenience thing for both of us. You know?
Yeah. Okay. I'm not necessarily stepping off because, like I say, if I'm gonna talk about this with you, I'm gonna do it now.
Okay. I would also like to say we are 40 minutes into this and I feel like we've moved nowhere. So, from a personal perspective, I'm just giving you mine. I would really like to go ahead and nip this in the bud. It is entirely up to you, though.
Well, I want to try to continue.
Okay. How about like let's give it another 10 minutes. If we get on a good point, then we can go with that. But if we
Okay.
don't, then like let's
Okay.
cut it.
Okay. I want to make a passing reference to the fact that we talk about like responsible depictions versus irresponsible depictions.
Uh-huh.
I actually know of at least one person who has created both stuff that I think could maybe be something similar to what you propose as a responsible depiction, and content that would probably fall under something like Lolicon.
Mm-hmm.
So I don't know if that actually has anything to do with anything, but I don't think it's like I just don't think it's that simple.
Mm-hmm.
But I guess you would probably just say they were being responsible with one thing and irresponsible with the other.
Okay. So what you're saying is one of their depictions dealt with the topic of abuse in a good way, and the other one dealt with the topic of abuse in a bad way.
Well, I'm not necessarily saying it's bad. I'm saying it's what you would presumably consider bad.
Okay. Well, if that's the case, I don't know who you're talking about, but if I'd presumably consider it bad, then I consider it bad, and if I consider it a good
Yeah,
depiction, I consider it a good depiction. I
yeah,
think people can make bad depictions of good things and good depictions of. Wait, what the fuck am I? See, I'm tired myself. Okay, I think people
yeah,
can make bad depictions and people can make good depictions
yeah.
of the same
The
thing,
same thing.
and then that's
Yeah.
just what it is. That's how things are. That's how things be. I don't necessarily think that it's an argument in
Mm.
favor of allowing
No, no,
bad
I
depictions
don't
to
think it is.
exist.
I just think
Mm-hmm.
I just think it's kind of interesting, I guess.
Yeah.
Um, but more. Okay, okay, okay. So you said about stuff that depicts like a rape fantasy. Um, and that should be illegal as well. So if let's say it does get made illegal. And actually, I want to acknowledge one thing, which is that where I live in the UK, I actually think Lolicon is illegal. I could be wrong, but I don't think many people get arrested for it. Well, I'm not really pro people getting arrested. I would probably say I'm a prison abolitionist. So okay. Did you mute yourself?
Okay, I accidentally cut down my volume on stream.
Well, I've been able to
Okay,
hear you
good.
the whole time.
Okay, yeah, I accidentally cut my volume down on stream. Okay,
Okay.
basically, everyone, what I said is that, like, I like rehabilitative justice, and I also think that, like, it is also good in the current system to stop people from consuming CSEM material, even if it does involve the prison system. These are two different arguments, kind of. Yeah.
Right. Okay. Uh. And presumably you think the same of rape fantasy material.
Again, that's a little different because you can make that material and act it out without
I'm
without
yeah. I'm
like
not. I'm.
like with both
Okay.
parties consenting, you can make that material.
Yes, I know.
Whereas when it
I
comes to,
mean,
if I may finish, when it comes to
okay.
like COCM material, even drawn, at some point down the line, a child had to be harmed for that reference
Okay.
material to exist. And even if someone just completely extrapolated it from their mind, they just made assumptions like fucking looking at like non weird ass. Okay, even in like the case that someone made the shit by like not looking at weird ass fucking pictures, then they still had to extrapolate at some point what that is, and I think that in of itself is harmful because it normalizes the depiction of child harm in their mind, and I think it's a. And listen, this is a personal thing. I'm not gonna argue this. I think it's a little fucking weird, okay? But off of that, it's not good. Okay, this is when I go off of
I'm not
the
saying
non-personal
it's not
thing.
weird.
It's not. I'm not finished yet. It's
Okay.
not good to imagine that kind of shit because you have no reason to imagine that kind of shit, and that kind of shit in real life is harmful. It's in the same way that like actively fantasizing about fucking murdering people is weird. An intrusive thought is one thing.
About fucking what, sorry?
Huh? Okay.
Actively fantasizing about fucking what, sorry?
Murdering people.
Murdering people.
Yeah.
Right.
Okay, yeah. An intrusive thought is one thing, but I mean like actively fantasizing in the way that like
Right.
someone would have to do, and if they're like imagining something so that they can draw it. Okay.
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 Okay. I think we're being a bit unclear exactly by rape fantasy material because you did say that should be illegal. But when I keep bringing up, you keep talking about like consensual non-consent, like
Yes, both are different.
BDSM,
They're
which is
different
not what I'm talking.
things.
I'm not, which is not what I'm talk. What I'm talking about is something completely fictional that depicts
Okay.
that
To
depicts what is definitely rape
make
within the
something
story.
fictional of that action, both parties would have to be consenting. So it's consensual non-consent.
I'm not talking about anything that involves two parties. I'm talking about fiction as in like if you write a story or you draw
Then I think
a
that's
pic,
fucked.
right. And presumably you would say the same of like gore porn, like drawn gore porn or written gore porn.
I think you have a right to consume that. I still think it's fucked. I
I'm not
do
saying
not
it's
think
not
people
fucked.
should have a right to consume depictions of harmed children. I think where it comes in is the fucking realism of it, yeah? I guess maybe. I don't know. It's fucking late. I kinda wanna go to sleep, so can we please speed this up? I'm sorry if I sound callous, but like genuinely. Because we've been at this for 49 minutes, 50 almost.
Jesus, already?
Yes, already. I kind of
Okay.
want to wrap this up because it feels like we've gotten nowhere.
You're probably right. I'm just saying, like,
Okay. The 10 minutes that I gave will be up in 3 minutes. Do you just want to close it out and then we can do this at a
okay,
different date?
right, right. So, in conclusion, lolicon should be illegal.
Yes.
Something that depicts rape in a manner intended to be sexually arousing that isn't something involving consenting actors, but is something completely fictional that depicts what is rape within the fiction should be illegal.
Maybe.
Maybe.
Depends. It's
And
a case-by-case basis.
fictional gore porn people have a right to consume, but it's fucked.
Yeah, because that shit is usually fantastical.
Right.
Like that shit has like no realism to it. At least I'd hope.
Okay.
If it does, and it's just a way to like skirt like a real life ban on like gore, then yeah, ban it. I don't think people should be skirting bans on materials.
No, I don't think people should be skirting bans on like real life gore.
Yeah, and I don't think that people should be able to use fiction to skirt bans either.
Right. Oh, fucking hell. Okay. So, like, assuming it is made illegal, whose job is it to decide what counts as that kind of material?
Who decides that in our current legal system? Those people. Boom.
Right.
They have a new job. Boom. Good. Good for them. Please. Okay. Can we finish it?
Yeah, sure.
Thank you. You have a good day. Or night. Or yeah.
You too.
Adios. If you enjoyed that, make sure to like and subscribe. Hit that bell icon. I stream on Mondays and Tuesdays. No, Fridays and Saturdays. Or Fridays and Saturdays, depending on how I'm feeling that week. Link to the Discord is in the description. Follow me on Twitter if you want to see me post. I love you all. Have a good night. I don't want to laugh. What the fuck? I don't even think this is a laugh. I think this is just a dry cry. Oh, you're fine, dude. I'm not mad at you. I just wish that was shorter. Also, I'm sorry for calling you dude if you don't like that. I just wish that was shorter. We could have just wrapped that up so quickly, but it's not your fault. You're fine. I hope you have a good night. But man, shit. Oh, man. Oh. Hi, 31 concurrent viewers. I'm gonna try to eke out at least 1 or 2 segments. Yes, I do need a hug. Oh. I have to work in 12 hours, man. I have to fucking be a wage slave in 12 hours, man. Fuck me. Fuck this shit, dude. Do you need a coffee, gamer? I need a fucking needle full of heroin. Fuck this shit. I see why people do drugs. Holy fuck, dude. My fucking TV cut off. Wagey KG, yes. He needs bed. My bed is right next to me, and that shit is tempting me, but I need to make segments for this week. I need meth. Fuck meth. I'm not doing that shit. Oh, God. And I have like 29 concurrents. I might as well eke this out as much as possible. No, I had to watch it. I had to experience it. Okay? Can I ask you to please not? Yeah, no, I'm not gonna fucking upload that. Yeah, okay. Listen. You have my word. I'm not uploading that. Listen. From a conversation perspective, that was bad. And then for like a content perspective, that is terrible. Okay? I'm not uploading that, dude. You're fine. If you want to do this another day, we can. But like, oh man, that was a whole just What do y'all want me to cover? I have 2 segments that I need to eke out. Because I'm gonna upload the first debate, I just need to eke out like some segments. So that I can like get the other 2 videos this upcoming week. I have some segments in my backlog, but like... Hey, listen. Be nice to yourself. I've said it before, I've said it again. I will DM you after this. You do not have to worry about it. Things happen. I don't think you're a bad person. Sometimes we just hop onto arguments and like yada yada, shit happens. I don't think you're a coward either, so don't worry about that. Just be nice to yourself, okay? And you did not waste anybody's time. If anything, I wasted people's time by engaging that as hard as I did. So I apologize about that. And you have a good night, dude. Don't worry about it. Actually, as a matter of fact, I will DM you now. Let me DM. Also, y'all tell me what you want me to cover. Okay. I might do Ben Shapiro, but... Okay. Andrew? Which Andrew? Andrew Callahan? Okay. The gas stove shit has a segment, and it's kinda lame, but it's filler. I feel like... Listen, everyone's done everything they need to do already on Andrew Callahan. I missed that mark. That's the issue of not streaming every day. I can't get on a lot of shit, which is why I'm looking forward to A, the summer, and B, college, because I'm gonna be able to stream a lot more then. Especially in college, because this is, like, I'm trying to monetize this, and this is probably gonna be my only form of income. Yeah, sound good? Sound good. I can cover, Justin Roiland. Yeah, I will cover Justin Roiland, actually. Hey, howdy, hello, everyone. A Pillow here with a small little live stream segment today. We will be covering Justin Roiland and his abuses of people. So, Justin Roiland, to those of you who do not know, is the creator of many things. He is co-creator of Rick and Morty, co-creator, I think main creator of the game that recently came out, High on Life, Solar Opposites. He's voiced countless characters in media, such as characters in Rick and Morty, of course. He voiced Lemon Grab in Adventure Time, just a lot of characters, and much like Lemon Grab, it turns out Justin Roiland is just the most horrific, horrible, abusive person known to man, allegedly. Allegedly, he is a millionaire. I don't want to be sued, so I'm gonna say allegedly. So, recently, it was revealed that Justin Roiland was charged with counts of domestic violence. Those were not the specific charges, but the general thing that those charges fall into are domestic violence charges, which I will look up now. And as it turns out, I've seen whisperings that this was an open secret within Hollywood, which is really screwed up, if that's the case. And if we see here, hopefully it does not pop up my YouTube whenever I do this. Screw off, BBC. Oh, it's just not popping up anything. Okay, we're doing good. We're doing great today. Okay, basically I can just read out the charges from here. Justin Roiland has been charged with... In 2020, Justin Roiland was charged with, apparently the crimes remain sealed. Oh, he's charged with domestic battery with corporal injury and false imprisonment by menace, violence, fraud, and or deceit. This comes from a Jane Doe, so we don't know who made the allegations, probably for the best, in their safety, especially considering Justin Roiland's vicious fandom, and Justin Roiland has yet to make any statement, any claim about this. So, we'll have to play it by ear, but I would like to say this in the short little segment. Domestic abuse is not good, obviously, and if you are being abused, there are resources out there for you to interact with, and I will leave links to those in the description of this video. You are not alone. Personally, I think this is also a moment for us to all acknowledge that abuses of this nature are not necessarily secret in spaces such as Hollywood. Justin Roiland is a man who commands a lot of power in his spaces. He has created multi-billion-dollar franchises. I'm pretty sure Rick and Morty is a multi-billion-dollar franchise. And as someone who commands such power, he has a heavy amount of ability, a high amount of ability to be able to abuse people that he enters relationships with and get away with it. And hopefully what he is charged with, if these allegations are true, because again they are just allegations, but if these allegations are true, he should be sent to prison for hopefully a very long time. I believe the article I just read said he could be sent there for 7 years. Again, I'm saying they are allegations. I don't want to be sued. But as it stands, this is what we have to deal with, and what we have to grapple with. So if you like Justin Roiland's content, you can still enjoy shows like Rick and Morty. You can still enjoy games like High on Life, etc. But that does not mean that you have to enjoy Justin Roiland or support him, etc., etc., etc. So say you really like Rick and Morty. Remember, he may voice a lot of the characters, but that doesn't mean that he wrote all the episodes. I haven't watched Rick and Morty really. I kind of skimmed it. If there's like one episode that sticks out to you in particular as one that you really like, or that you had like a really good experience watching with someone else, this event does not take that away from you. Okay? Always remember that. You can have a creator that was absolutely horrific, that made some content that you like, you know? A good example being like H.P. Lovecraft. Horrible racist, wrote some pretty good horror. Wrote some very good horror. Even though a lot of his horror ended up being racist, but you know, that's one thing. That's an entirely different thing. So, yeah. With that being said, this has been a pillow doing a sleepy little segment. If you could not tell, I love you all. Friendly reminder that it streams on Fridays and Saturdays, or Fridays or Saturdays, depending on how I'm feeling the week. You can join the chat over here if you come on those days around 9 p.m. Eastern Standard Time. I upload on Mondays, Wednesdays, and Fridays. Links in the description to my socials, my Discord, and my Twitter. I love you all. Have a good day. Peace. Do not Google H.P. Lovecraft cat name. I would say it out loud, but I would probably get banned, so I'm not going to. Of course I can say it out loud, but, you know. My man, you need to gain energy for that wagey KG. You're fucking right. Thank you, Twisty. Also, Twisty, you're cool as fuck, dude. Actually, I'm not gonna say dude, you might not like dude, but you're cool as fuck. Good art. Good presence. You're nothing but cool. What am I studying in college? Chemical engineering or electrical engineering? That is what I will be studying in college. So, I'm looking forward to that. Although, my hope is hopefully sometime here soon the channel really blows up, and then I make like enough money to where I don't have to actually work in that field after I graduate. Because like, if I'm being honest, my dream job would be like a history teacher, but teachers in my state get paid like $30,000 fucking dollars starting, and a boo-boo, fuck that shit. No. So, you know, I'm good at math. I liked chemistry, so I will do chemical engineering. But at the same time, dude, like, if this channel blows up and I can, like, survive off of this, I will. I absolutely will. Which is why I'm grinding so hard. Trust me, I would not be grinding hard if it were not for, me wanting to, actually make something out of this channel. So, yeah. Are there any other segments someone might want me to cover? Do you want me to say hi, YouTube, like Zan's chat? You don't have to. You don't have to. Speaking of which, I am thinking of maybe overhauling my stream, since like I'm getting a lot more concurrence now, especially as of recent. Like I think I got up to around 40 today, and I don't think I got any like tuber boosts, which is cool as fuck. So it seems like a lot of the way that like I end up losing audience isn't because like people just don't give a fuck about my channel. It's because like I will stream whenever someone else is streaming, like Vosh or something. Like I don't think Vosh is live now, which could be a reason why fucking like I'm not dealing with any yeah Vosh isn't streaming, so I'm not dealing with like stream leeching, so I'm good. Not leeching. Are you gonna set up Streamlabs? Most likely. Most likely, because dealing with OBS proper is a fucking pain. And I used to use Streamlabs, and I feel like that's gonna be a lot better moving forward. Just in the way that like it's just gonna be easier to use. It's gonna be cleaner hotkeys, fucking updates and shit. Like I like OBS, dude, but Streamlabs just offers like more features that are gonna be better for me. You gotta avoid the big streamer time slots. That's the fucking issue, dude. When the fuck do they stream? Like they will just stream out of nowhere. Listen, and that isn't their fault. That's their right. Just like I stream out of nowhere. Yeah. But like really the only other streamer that I know that has like select time slots is like Conyer, and that's because Conyer streams every other day. But like yeah, Vosh has no schedule. Zan really has no schedule. 1 a.m. to 5 a.m. Where the fuck do you live? Fucking Brit Bonger. And Zan streams at midnight? Kind of? Kind of? It's like mostly people start late, but I start late myself because, like, if I'm gonna stream on a Friday, I'm in high school. I can't stream at, like, noon on a Friday. You know what I'm doing? Noon on a Friday, I'm in fucking third period. you know? And then fucking, and then, like, of course, noon on a Saturday, I might be doing some shit. Like, today, right before I did stream, it's 6 p.m. in New Zealand. You are so fucking lucky to live in New Zealand. But, like, on, like, a Saturday, like, just earlier, a couple of hours ago, I was, like, hanging out with a friend, like, watching, Hunter x Hunter and shit. So, like, you know? Again, it'll get better, like, over the summer and next year whenever I'm in college, because I'm gonna, like, give myself a lot more time to stream. But, like, right now, I'm pretty much stuck in this time slot. But you know what? As long as the views keep viewing and going up, then I'll be fine. So, you need to stream at ridiculous times? Fuck that shit, dude. I give myself set bedtimes. As a matter of fact, it is my set bedtime. I would have actually have preferred to be in bed like an hour ago, but you know what? It is what it is. Wait, debate over? Debate has been over. The anime to pedophilia debate pipeline? Fuck. This shit. Okay, you wanna know my actual opinion? Fuck anime. That's simple. We wouldn't have this issue if it wasn't for fucking anime. Boom. Boom. That's it. That's it. That's it. That is it. Okay? Cool. Also sleep? Yes. Okay. Being anti-anime is unfathomably base. True. Watch cartoons. Also, I would like to say for, like, the entire debate, I had, like, a second screen going, and I was just watching fucking first-person shooter clips, because that shit was keeping me sane, dude. And now I'm watching, like, footage of Carmen Sandiego, but it's like some YouTuber's video essay, but I'm watching, like, footage of Carmen Sandiego. Damn! This video got 1.5 million views, but the channel only has, like, 4K subs. God. This person has worse fucking, like, consistency than me. Oh my god, I feel so bad for them. Oh, shit. At least with my channel, like, I'll get, like, some consistent 1,000, like, viewers, and then, like, it'll drop, but, like, damn. Sounds like a colonialist, but I think we could solve this westernized anime. Keep aspects of anime that aren't predatory. That means nuke anime. All anime is predatory. I'm making the claim. Boom. That's it. That's actually my prescriptive claim. That's what I've been arguing the entire time. It's not about lolly, it's about anime in general. God. This shit is absurd, dude. It is 12:02 a.m. I just got done with 2 separate debates on whether or not drawn depictions of children being abused is bad or not. This is my life. This is my fucking life. This is the shit that I do to build a channel. It's so funny. It's funny in the darkest way ever, dude. It's like, It's like groveling, almost. It's like I have to, I do this in order to like munch a little bit, you know? Just like get you to smidgen of views, you know? It might hit 1,000, might not. Meanwhile, like fucking bigger people like Hassan, all love to him too. I'm glad he's successful. Unironically, but like people like Hassan can literally just like stream their chair and have like 40 fucking thousand concurrents. Like more viewers at one time than I've had on my entire channel. Deliriously tired, you have not seen shit, Sen. It's so funny. It's so funny. And I'm glad for all of the help that I've gotten. It's genuinely helped. It's genuinely been like... It's been life-changing, you know? It's cool to know that I've had thousands of people see my content. That's sick as fuck. But like... And I'm gonna keep hammering at it. Because like, I want to do this more than anything else. But like, this is what I have to do. You know? I have to do this shit. Like, I was thinking about, like, maybe debating some Nazis and, like, going on the kill stream. Maybe, potentially. But, like, if I do that, like... Man. The channel's been growing, though. The channel's been growing, like... I think... It was last Friday that I hit 2K, and I'm almost at 2.5K. K. And that's sick as fuck, you know? 2.5K. That's amazing. But at the same time, it's like... They'll just call you slurs for 4 hours, that's content. And that's the sad thing about it. That's content. That's what gets views. Getting called fucking slurs for 4 hours by a bunch of Nazis is fucking content. And like, I'm not gonna get into conspiracy shit, yeah. I don't believe in like the existence of souls or anything, or like that fucking Hollywood is full of like the elite selling their souls, you know. I don't think that. I don't think that at all. But like, genuinely, I feel like sometime I'm like just trading away bits and pieces of my fucking sanity to do this shit. And like, am I fine with it? Yes. Because like, ultimately, I love fucking this community. I love talking to people. Like earlier today, I found out that I have like viewers like across the globe, which may sound like the most American shit ever, but it is genuinely so fun and interesting and outstanding and motivating to see that I resonate with people across the globe, and that the things that I have to say resonate with people across the globe. That is phenomenal. But at the same time, like, it's just like, it's like one stupid argument, another stupid argument, fucking conservatives being demons for no reason. It's like constantly like picking out like little bits of my fucking sanity. It's like, it's like poking me. And I'm gonna be fine. You know? Trust me, anyone who's been with this channel for a very long time knows that I am more than one to take a fucking break if I need to. And I've said that consistently. If I need to take a fucking break, fuck this shit. I'm taking a break. But at the same time, I wish this shit wasn't so bad. Did you know this channel isn't even monetized yet? I don't even qualify for monetization yet. I make nothing off of this. If you've ever gotten ads on my videos, none of that money went to me. And I still do it. Isn't it 10k subs? It's 1k subs and 4,000 watch hours. I have the amount of subs, I don't have the amount of watch hours. I'm halfway there. And honestly, that's why I just wish that, like, you know, I just wish I got like luckier. Like, some of my videos popped off. I got really lucky with that PragerU video that popped off for some reason. And then, like, right after that popped off, like, I knew what I had to do, but at the same time, like, do I need to start 24/7 listening to your streams? You do not have to start doing that. You're fine. You're just hanging with us because you like us. That's sweet. Kind of, yeah. But also because, like, I want it to get big. I want it to be bigger. I want it to be, like, something cool. Even as we sleep. Y'all don't have to do that. Like, I'm not complaining about anything. It's just, like, this shit sometimes just feels, like, so absurd, you know? It's like, I have to... like, genuinely, whenever you need to upload more, poop, there's only so much I can do. If I streamed multiple times a week, then I would upload more. But I don't stream multiple times a week. At most, I can eke out, like, 3 segments, and then I'm done for the week. Yeah? Like, I have, like, other considerations to make, and during the summer, I'll upload more. And that's gonna be a big time. That's gonna be a big growth time. During the summer, I'll upload more. But, like, throughout the week? No. Like, someone asked that recently on my most recent video. Like, you and me both, Pillow? Yeah. I'd still be open to editing if you need it again. I'll be fine. I do appreciate the offer, though, but I'll be fine. But yeah, no, like, recently I had someone in, like, the comments saying, like, hey, like, you should make YouTube shorts. And I thought about making YouTube shorts and TikToks before, because, like, it feels like, it feels like, you know, like, I've wanted to do that before, but, like, I had to be honest and just say, like, I want to, but I can't, you know? Like, there's so much stacked on my plate. I know if I added YouTube shorts to that shit, in a week I would burn the fuck out, and then y'all would not hear from me for months. So I can't do that right now. You know? And the thing is, if this was successful enough to the point where I can monetize it, I would monetize the fuck out of this channel. I hate my job. Every day I walk into my fucking job, and I sit there, and I'm like, I have to listen to these fucking idiots ask the stupidest fucking questions and just be the rudest motherfuckers for no fucking reason. You never realize how stupid people can be until you work at a fucking grocery store. How rude people can be until you work in a fucking service. I despise my fucking job. But I have to do it to keep fucking gas in my car because I don't make anything off of this. You know? Like there's nothing else I can do right now. And the only other job I can get is in retail. Like the only other job I can get is in retail, because again, I'm in fucking high school. There's nothing else I can do. I'm not qualified for shit. The most that I can do is fucking, I don't know, like fucking balance some chemical equations, which is why I'm going to college for fucking chemistry, you know? Like, I can't do shit. I'm not qualified to do shit. What chip tastes the most chip-like? Lay's potato. You know, and it's like, it's tiring. It's genuinely tiring. But in the past month, the channel has grown by over 1,000 subscribers. That's more than double. Actually, as a matter of fact, some of you people might not know this, but like a couple of weeks ago, right before I made the Dennis Prager segment, that, like, blew the fuck up. And I didn't expect that segment to blow the fuck up, but it blew the fuck up. Right before I made it, I was complaining to, like, 7 viewers about how, like, my live streams get no views, and how, like, I felt bad about that, and how my videos got no views, and how I felt, like, so fucking unmotivated about that. And then, like, that video blew the fuck up. And it was like a godsend to me. It was like a godsend to me. And I think that genuinely might have saved the channel. The fact that that blew up. Because I wasn't going to go back on hiatus. I was still going to try it a little bit. But, like, I would have lost, like, all love for it. And I still love this. But, like, I feel like I would have had less then. And ever since then, it's only been upwards. There have been a couple of videos that fall behind. Most notably being the recent one. But I expected that to not do good. I expected it to not do good. Because, like, who the fuck gives... the internet moves so fucking fast. No one cares about Andrew Tate anymore. We're waiting to hear, like, what happens with him until he becomes relevant again. Also, try to make yourself enjoy it. Basic advice. I do enjoy it. I do enjoy it, but part of the joy is, like, seeing the growth and, like, being successful off of it. And, like, so far, dude, it's... I'm venting right now. Holy shit, I'm venting right now. I'm sorry about that. I do enjoy it, and I am very appreciative. It's just, like, sometimes this shit is hard. And, again, it's absurd, you know? It's absurd. I think a different form of content, sus, you're fine, other than stream segments would be helpful. No, fuck that. It's okay, Pill, I feel that way about my content sometimes. Yeah, and your content's good, Twisty. I guess it's just about grinding. You've been growing too. I've seen your Twitter growing. Almost 30 viewers. Yeah, that's insane. Shit. It got down, like, lower earlier. I don't know why people are here watching me fucking vent. Shit. Like, chat, and comment. Yeah, do that. You think you can try TikTok? No. 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 I can't do TikTok. Again, like, someone, like, on my most recent video asked me that in my comments. I do not have the time, nor wherewithal, nor fucking patience to learn a new system and upload on a new system. I can't fucking do that right now. It is not possible. I would try editing for, like, a week, immediately get burnt out, and then fucking disappear for, like, a couple of months. And, I don't want any editing help either. So, but, yeah. I could try TikTok, but right now, no, that's not happening. That's not happening. But, let me do it for you. You want to see small leftists grow. It's about the message, you know. I get that, but I'm like Mr. Incredible. I work alone. I prefer to. You know? This is a self-reliance thing, I guess. Which, I call it toxic if you want, but my entire thing about this, the entire reason why I want the channel to be where it is because I don't want to fucking rely on anyone else to, not against you, but I don't want to rely on anyone else to, like, do a job. This medium is unsaturated. Ugh, still there's room to grow. Don't give up, fan. We all need the voices we can get. Yeah. Even your buddy Zan grew his friendship with Valsh. Grook has his friendship with Valsh. Yeah. I would not be where I am if it were not for Zan. Flat out. Flat out. I would not be where I'm at now if it were not for Zan. And I'm deeply appreciative to him for that. And I need to thank him for that again. I thank him often, but I need to thank him for that again, genuinely. Because his friendship... Thank you, Troll888. Don't start shit in my chat, please. Genuinely. But I need to thank him more about that, because like his help has been genuinely life-changing, dude. I'm saying you can't do it alone. Yeah. I can't grow alone, maybe, but like in terms of like content wise, like yeah, I would prefer to work alone. Like open source, you know. I get that. I appreciate it. Start giving base takes. Okay. Listen. I've said it before, I'll say it again, and I'm not lying when I say this. If I were to express like the full breadth of my political views, I would get shot in the back of the head by the fucking feds. Okay? You're making sense. It's just I would prefer to do this alone. Yeah. Neither is Pillow. I'm making perfect sense. Okay? My internal sense. This isn't something that you can fucking debate out of me. This is just me. You'll debate me on this? Fuck off. Right when I said that too, that popped up on my screen. I know there's gonna be a little delay in the stream, but like I literally said that, looked at the chat, and then it was there. Since as in money, I collect change. Bosch doesn't do YouTube on his own. He has 2 editors and people to bring him coffee. Vosh has admitted to making... Not admitted, he's open about it. Admitted sounds like he's like doing something wrong. Vosh has openly talked about the fact that he makes hundreds of thousands of dollars a year and that his editors have very comfortable jobs and don't have to struggle. We are not the same. I'll forcibly give you labor, the opposite of capitalism. Don't do that. But yeah, Vosh can afford editors. He has 3? Yeah. Yeah, Vosh can afford editors. I can barely fucking afford, with the paychecks that I get, I can barely fucking afford to put gas in my car sometimes. Yeah. Plus fan channels? Dude. This fucking fan... That's the thing about it too. I actually put effort into this shit, and I don't get a lot of views. Bosch's fucking little clip channels like Coconut Island and fucking at least Thermia is funny sometimes. You know? At least Thermia puts some fucking editing work into it. Like the Bosch out of context shit was pretty fucking cool. But fucking Coconut Island, dude, like, just like uploads clips of Bosch debates and gets thousands of views just uploading someone else's fucking content, and the guy's fine with it. I wish I could do that, but I can't. It'd be almost like if a free editor would be really beneficial. Poop, I don't want an editor. I can do it myself. You can get someone to bring you coffee though. I'm gonna be 100% honest with you. I fucking hate coffee. You benefit from not being so polarizing like Bosch. I am far more polarizing than Bosch. I'm just good at hiding it because I've seen wherever people have had shortcomings. The original Coconut Island animated video was so good, so sad they've never done that again. Same here. Tea? I don't like tea. Well, no, I do like tea. But I don't want to drink tea on stream. I prefer water. Because water is consistent. Water is nice. It's always the fucking same, you know? Unless I go to fucking Europe and I drink hard water. I'd rather kill myself than drink hard water. Not to mention the Hassan Clips Industrial Complex. Literally. Coffee does suck. Yeah. Yeah. Which is why if I'm taking caffeine in order to do anything, I do it in pill form. Because I fucking hate coffee. Based water take, true. $6 at Walmart, it keeps my ice cold. overnight. It's insane. Water's phenomenal. I did not expect to go this late. But yeah, you know, I don't even want much. Yeah, this is just a therapy session now. I have my fucking legs like propped up on my bed. I'm leaning back like this, but yeah, I don't even want much now. Like my dream is, you know, a couple of years down the line, I'm not gonna sleep yet. I'm gonna eke out this fucking viewership as much as I can. This shit's good. It encourages YouTube to do this for my other streams and promote them more, so. But I think, I don't know. If someone can like send me something to disprove that, then I'll more than gladly go to sleep. I'm putting a hard cutoff at like 1 p.m. though. 1 p.m. a.m. Shit, a.m. Damn. But genuinely, my dream is a couple years down the line. It doesn't even have to be a house, you know? But like an apartment. And I can live there, maybe 2 to 3 rooms, you know? I could have a nice partner, maybe. I don't know. And I could just like stream, you know? And just be comfortable off that. I don't have to be filthy fucking rich. I don't want Hassan amounts of money. Fuck that shit. Nothing wrong with him making it. He can't control that. If people want to willingly give him money, then people want to willingly give the guy money. But if I just had decent money to be comfortable in an area that's safe and nice and not politically fucking demonic, and be able to pay for my utilities and maybe buy a house down the line and own a decent car and not have to worry about medical emergencies and being able to get whatever medical treatments I so desire and need. That shit would be phenomenal, man. You know? That's all I fucking want. But that's why I do this. I'm trying to build something. But I think the thing that I'm telling myself now is like, it's not guaranteed for success. Which is why I'm going to college for chemical engineering, because I can do that with a chemical engineering degree. But that's not what I want to do. I want to do this. I don't want to do engineering. The fact that a life like that isn't expected out of our system is fucked up. It is. It is. You know? I just want to be comfy. That's all. Nothing magnificent, but nothing sad. Like, nothing fucking... Like, just normal. You know? I just want to be able to support myself. That's all I want. I might try my hand at YouTube Shorts. Maybe. But the only thing is, like, if I were to try my hand at YouTube Shorts, I would first have to go on, like, a break in order to learn that system. You know? Do you debate other leftists? I debate anyone. Debates are good content. If it gets me views, I will fucking do it. I'll set my hair on fire if it got me views. That's a lie, I wouldn't do that. There's some online software to change Let's Play footage to Shorts content. DM it to me, please. Do we have anything we disagree on? You editing for me. And that's not something we can debate on. Clippable? Okay, please DM it to me on Discord. I'd much prefer you do that, because I have, like, ADHD up the fucking wazoo, and I'm not gonna remember that. You're a far-right incel. Good for you. Mind talking about the comb in your hair? It fell on the ground a little while ago, but it's an afro pick. It's what it is. It's an afro pick. I'm actually like a little bit of a lesbian femme, so I'm not even joking, or bi. Good for you, boob. You go, girl. Blacks refer to that as a... I fucking love you, Twisty. That's good. Do you want to debate an incel? I'm not debating you, Poob. That's good, Twisty. I enjoy that. I appreciate that. I'm as white as tissue paper, so I know little. That's fine, dude. Yeah. Like, trust me, I was like, when I found out that, like, white people have to wash their hair every day, I was like, dude, really? Shit, that must suck. So much product. And ironically, there are some things we do fundamentally disagree on. As noise been nice, thank you. Listen. I'm gonna be 100% honest with you, Poop. If I got into another debate right now, I would end this stream, drive down to my nearest Walmart, find their nearest fucking hunting rifle. And I think you know what follows. Let's just say that you're not gonna see me anymore, okay? Look. We don't gotta wash daily, some of y'all niggas. Shit, I almost said the N-word. Some of y'all people do. It was gonna be a soft A, but still. You're a doomer? Poop. You live in California, you're fine. You will be fine. Your governor's not a fucking demon. Well, no, he is a demon, but he's not a demon against people like you. You can say that word, not on YouTube. Not as far as I know. And I'm not risking it. You've completely given up on climate issues? Yeah, fuck it, me too. I don't think we're actually gonna see any change on climate issues. The fucking oil market is too far in that. I think we should still advocate, like, against climate change. But at the same time, I didn't know you had a channel, Twisty. Well, I didn't know you had a channel that you uploaded to, Twisty. I think a lot of leftists would consider me... Okay, you know what? Stop saying shit about yourself that can alienate people, boob. Your district is 98% white. That's rough. Non-diversity is rough. Okay, good. I was about to be asked about climate issues. About climate issues, yeah. We should still advocate about it, but at the same time, I do think that it is, like, unlikely that we're gonna do anything about it, but that doesn't mean that we should sit down and, like, take it up the fucking ass. Be an annoying asshole about it, even if that means that you can only say I told you so. Wait, you didn't know that, lol? Yeah, no, I thought you only did art. I can, like, check it. Can I go to channel? Thank you. I'll drop you a sub. Twisty, text me whenever you upload. Like, DM me whenever you upload, and then I'll boost your videos. stance on eco-terrorism? You want to get me shot in the back of the head. Shit. In all honesty, a lot of leftists who are in the Zang community don't like me because of that entire... Yeah, poop. I can't help you there, dude. I'm sorry. There's literally nothing I can do about that. That was a whole situation. It's really sweet, Pillow. Thank you. You don't have to thank me. Just be cool and don't do any weird shit, and then we're cool. FF7 Avalanche is my stance on eco-terrorism. Final Fantasy 7. Okay, gotcha. I checked Zan's Discord on my friend's account and name search people straight up lying about me. Some of the stuff was true. Some are missing okay, poop. What happened in Zancord like a year ago? Keep it out of my chat, please. Keep it out of my chat, please. Did you find a new game to play? No, I didn't. I've been trying to like learn Hoi 4 recently, but that's, you know, Hoi 4. So not really. Serious arc? Yeah. Any tips for getting oneself to draw? I want to draw more often, but I just sort of don't, despite having the creative energy to. If you know how to draw, then just do it. If you don't know how to draw, and that's what's discouraging you from drawing, learn to draw. And I'm not just gonna say learn to draw, like learn to draw, idiot, and then like leave it at that. No, if you want to learn to draw, you need to learn about the fundamentals of art, and it depends on, like, of course, learn all of them, but what you want to draw specifically is gonna like determine what you should probably focus on first. So if you want to like draw people, then I would say the first thing, did you make your profile picture? I did. I did make my profile picture. All of the channel art that you see outside of my intro, which is, I drew the picture for it, but I didn't edit the intro. Someone else did that for me, and then I was like, hey, that's cool, can I use that as an intro? And they're like, yeah, sick. But yeah, if you mostly want to draw people, the first fundamentals of art I would say you should learn are shape, construction, and anatomy, in that order, because they kind of build off each other. You need shapes so that you can know how to do shit. You need you need construction so that you actually know like how to construct shit. And then you need anatomy so that you know how to make it not look like fucking demonic. And then perspective goes in there too. Do you wear glasses? Used to. It used to be a part of my streamer persona to wear these glasses. I don't need glasses. I just thought like I kind of look cool in these, which like maybe, I guess. But like this shit gets tiring after a while. I don't need these. I have 20/20 vision. I don't need glasses. Those are fake glasses. But I just kind of include it on my avatar, I guess. I think they're cute. No homo. You are a girl. There's nothing gay about calling me cute. You look really nice in those. I appreciate it, but I would prefer not. You gotta watch. Shit, that is true. Yeah. Yeah, shit. Yeah. Actually, as a matter of fact, I wonder if I can... What if I... Can y'all see what I have on the upper half of my screen? It's fucking bluey. It's fucking bluey, dude. Aesthetic glasses, yeah. That's what they were. Bluey. I love Bluey. I love Bluey too. It's a great show. Hell yeah, hell yeah. But yeah. So, 24 concurrents, y'all need to leave. I can't keep doing this. Don't actually leave. I would prefer you all stay until I end. Yeah, I love Bluey. It's a comfort show. Okay, bye. Okay, not bye then, yeah. Nah, Bluey's such a jerk to Bingo. Bluey is 7. Well, so no, she isn't. Like, kind of sometimes, but in a way that an older sibling is to, like, a younger sibling. It happens. I kind of want to eat McDonald's. But DoorDash is really fucking expensive. So I'm not gonna do that. Also, I'll just eat it tomorrow. There's, like, McDonald's is hot fucking trash, but there is something so calming about eating a quarter pounder. I think the reason why I feel that is because McDonald's is, like, the only fast food restaurant near my job, and after, like, a long ass 8-hour fucking shift that I only got paid $80 fucking for. $80 fucking for? There's just something so good about being able to just drive there, pick up my dinner, come home, and then just fucking sit in a malaise and just eat that fucking burger and eat those fucking fries, dude. I'm reminded of the impending danger of climate change. Yeah, it's shit. Our lawn is 3 fish away from an aquarium. Damn. What do you do for work? I am a fucking cashier. And I hate my job. Any tips for people who need tips? If you need Q-tips, don't use Q-tips. Q-tips are bad, actually. You should only use Q-tips for the outside of your ear, not the inside. Don't stick them in. Use it for the outside. If you think that you have impacted earwax, go to a doctor about it. Never shove a Q-tip up your ear. Never shove anything up your fucking ear. If someone says just the tip, they're probably fucking lying to you. And that isn't good, so never trust someone if they say just the tip. So yeah, you getting paid minimum? I'm getting paid above minimum. I get paid $10.30 an hour. I like to shove Q-tips in my ear until it squishes my brain. It feels so nice. That explains a lot. Their buttermilk chicken sandwiches are fire. McDonald's is trash, but you gotta try that sandwich. Yeah. Yeah. Just a tip. Again, I repeat, if anyone ever says just the tip to you, they're lying. Okay? But yeah. Y'all, keep in mind, the amount of money I make at my job is not enough to make what I eat at dinner. Like, right after I get off my job. What I make in an hour is not enough to pay for that. So if I were to work 1 hour, I would not be able to pay for that. You know that from experience? I know that from other people's experiences. From other people's experiences. If someone says just a tip, they are fucking lying to you. That shit sucks. Yeah. That advice is helpful since I'm trying to get better. I sort of don't draw for no reason, really. I enjoy it and even like to show my finished stuff. I only draw every blue moon. Yeah. So if you like really want to learn to draw, then do that. And it's fun. Like after a while, you're going to start looking at your art and you're going to be like, damn, this is shit. But that just means that you're learning. That just means that you're getting better and that like your standards from what you know about what you can do are above your current talent, and then it's just like a battle to like reach that constantly, you know? Are the mod applications coming soon? I will send out the questionnaire soon. I need to make it first. From my experience, they reject you when they give you mixed signals and are really leading up. Still be friends with you, but not really, because something's different. Okay, sorry to hear that. That's how you know you're improving? Yeah, exactly. Whenever your art doesn't match with your standards, that just means that you're getting better at art. That means you have a better artistic vision, and a better artistic vision will eventually lead to a better artistic output. You just have to be persistent with it. That's with anything. Although keep in mind, a rule that I like to live with is the John Green 80% rule. Or I think Hank Green, one of the fucking Green brothers. But they have something called the 80% rule. And the 80% rule basically states, okay, so like, you know how something would be fully complete to your standards, or at least like pushing to that, you know how that is. Get to what you think might be about like 80% and then stop. Because if you keep pushing yourself to reach that 100%, you will murder yourself in fucking stress. And the 80% rule has unironically helped me a lot. It's helped me with my schoolwork. It's helped me with my work. It's helped me with YouTube. If I feel like I've reached that 80%, I'm done. I'm not pushing past it. Practice is important. Where I know where I'm now is the culmination of all my previous work. Yeah. Have you disclosed what state you live in? I live in North Carolina. I've disclosed it multiple times. I'm a North Carolinian. That makes sense. That's not always good advice for me, at least. Well, yeah. Still, it has to be like 80% decently, but you know, like 80%. I'm an A student personally. Yeah. Same here. That doesn't mean get 80s on your assignments, but like 80s to your standards. Because 9 times out of 10, you set higher standards for yourself than people set for you. I've been feeling the creative energy for the first time in a while, but struggling getting over feeling anxious about being audible to other people in my building to practice. Do you sing? Or, like, do you want to make YouTube? Listen, I'll be 100% honest with you. My parents are in the other room asleep right now. I don't give a fuck what they think about me. Don't care about whatever people think about you. Flat out, full stop. Play instruments? Then do it. Or don't do it, depending on what it is. But, like, go to a sound studio, if you can. And if not, you know, depending on the instrument, like, play it. You know? If someone's fucking annoyed by it, then they'll, like, knock on your door and tell you to shut the fuck up. Sylvia, why they don't know that I stream. So no, fuck no. My first video was on how they aren't. At least one of them. But no. No, not at all. No. The exact opposite, actually. Like, the comical exact opposite. You're glad Fetterman won his election. I was sick a week straight before having to crawl out of bed and vote for the first time listening to a blue stream. Based, God. Time to watch? I'm not over yet. Give me 13 minutes. But yeah, to work with... You're gonna head to bed relatively soon. You work with horses, so you gotta get up early tomorrow to work with horses. Poop, I hope that's not a fucking euphemism for anything. Genuinely, I hope that's not a euphemism for anything. And that you... Okay, no? Good. Good. Seriously. Cool. Have fun with the horses. Yeah, manage a stable. I'm assuming you do. Yeah. It'd be such a joke if Oz won. If Oz won, you ride horses? That's cool. If Oz won, I would, like, intend to them. That's cool. If Oz won, yeah. Yeah, I don't even know what to say. If Oz won, I don't know what I'll do with life. What did you mean by that? What were you thinking, huh? You know exactly. Are your opinions of me that low? Yes. Yes. No, I don't. Yes. Okay. Rude, I don't care. Yeah, I just gotta ease into it whenever I feel up to it and gradually play more and more. To be honest, I just need to remember that I know how to play instruments and not feel too anxious. Yeah. Keep in mind, I think, like, instruments, that's, like, one of those skills that you never lose. Thing. It's like tying a fucking shoe. It's, like, second nature, from what I've heard. You don't even really know me then, Poob? You've also changed a lot over the past year? Yeah, then I don't really know you then. Hence why you're not fucking editing for me, because I don't really fucking know you anymore. The poop slander is insane? Yeah. Anywho's. But yeah, I guess the TLDR is, fuck lolicons. That happened a couple of hours ago. Noticing some tension. Yeah, anyways, TLDR, fuck lolicons. Watch my YouTube channel. Maybe. Watch Bluey. It's actually really good. Watch Bluey. I would watch it tonight, but I don't even think I'm gonna put in my retainer tonight. I think I'm just gonna crawl in bed and fucking die. I'm not lying. I think I'm gonna do that. Makes me wonder if I can still play a trumpet. I know I can still instinctively hold one, right? Then you can probably still play one, right? Sounds like content. Sylvia? No. Put in your retainer? But I'd have to rinse it off, and that shit takes so much work, dude. And it's one night, that's not gonna kill me. You can't be the arbiter of people's okay. Don't start shit in my chat. I've watched a review of Blue and I've seen as much as I need to. Keeping my retainer out for one night is not gonna cause my teeth to shift. Let the voices win. There are no voices. Fuck me, my head. There are no voices in my head. That was the least sane way I could have said that. Poop, I'm glad you've become a better person. That is not a matter to sort out in my chat. Your teeth might not shift, but you might get a bit of scrout earlier around from Fort Bragg. You'll become British, don't do it. Fuck that shit, dude. I'm not sorting anything out, I'm just saying something positive, and I'm glad to hear that, Boob. Feel free to tell me about it in DMs, and by that, I mean please. Don't do it right now. Do it like a week from now. I have to like mentally recover from this fucking stream and work tomorrow. Because back in the day I was too negative. I'm glad you're being positive now. Okay. Okay. So, yeah. Next stream 1. I stream on Fridays and Saturdays, or Fridays or Saturdays, depending on how I'm feeling that week. You want to know when my next stream is going to be? Jump in the Discord. I will announce it there. You'll wake up and meet the wife, Susan. Don't do it, Polo. Do I get to fuck her? If she's my wife, realistically, she'd probably want to fuck me. Consensually, of course. That'd be weird. Fair enough, yeah. Okay. Yeah. Well, everyone, tragic you don't stream tomorrow. Fuck streaming on Sundays. I work on Sundays. You look tired? I look tired. I look tired? Really? I didn't realize that. I didn't notice that. I didn't know I was tired. Wow. I look it too? Really? I want to... Good night, everyone. Have a good day.